Hello, hello. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. I'm John. I'm going to be your guide here throughout the adventure inside the workshop. I'm going to be working on two fountain pens to begin with. These are commissions from a client. And then we got another set that we're going to be working on later. But after those two pens, we'll be switching over to back to diamond painting pens and then just chatting and rambling. That's what we do. That's what we do. We just chat about stuff that comes to mind, and as long as it's, relatively relevant to what it is that we're doing and stuff. So, pretty excited about that. Michael, what's up, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. It's feeling pretty good today. It's not as hot. Like the heat index yesterday was 103, and we were still out here, my dad and I, working on stuff. But we came. Well, today is a little bit better. So a little bit of overcast outside, so it won't really get too hot. Probably in the mid 80s, I would say. Try keeping it relevant. Hey, no worries, man. If it is something that I don't think is relevant or appropriate, I'll just kind of acknowledge it and then move from there without elaborating. So no worries. And hard sometimes to determine what is relevant and whatnot. So, just kind of keeping that in mind. Anyway, the blanks that we're going to be working on are these right here. These two right here. Let's see. Let's hop over to the other scene, y'all. Now we can see them a little better. So this was a custom color palette that the person has chosen, and she has it designated as a guardian, and then one is a marauder. So yes, we're gonna get working on these. But first things first, as you already know, we got to get the rest of the stuff set up, and then we also need to get the measurements so I can cut the pieces apart. So let me get my headphones going here. Get the YouTube going so I can see the chat right, y'all. And then let me move this over. Whoop, and then up a little bit. Yeah. Oh, too much. There we go. That's a little better. Now we're like right in the face. Yes. But man, how exciting that, everything has been going well. It's just so awesome. Just my glasses are fogging up. I'm not crying. You're crying. But yeah, I appreciate you all being here, hanging out and whatnot. So let's get this party started. The blow your mind lathe again. Oh, it's just a metal lathe. A relatively inexpensive one that you can probably get that's a little less money as well if you wanted to. But yeah, I'd say it's a pretty cool little thing to have if you're going to be doing a lot of turning. I find that having multiple lathes is very convenient for some of the things that I do. And then Abby's got her lathe that I still use for other purposes, but yeah. I think for the most part I'll be able to be right here working on it. So without further ado, let's get to it. So instead of marking these particular ones with numbers, I'm going to be marking them with letters. That way I can know the shapes that they're going to end up being. So that is what I'm going to do here. Then I will need some tools. Boom. And then a boom. But yeah. Shoot, by now y'all should be able to make some pins, right? I've shown it quite a few times. You need more chucks before another lathe. How many chucks do you have? I've only got, okay, I have a few chucks. A Jacob chuck, collet chuck, or 4-jaw chuck. I mean, you saw me make the pin with the 4-jaw, didn't you? I think you were there for that. I did the whole pin out of a 4-jaw. Or with a 4-jaw, I mean. Whoop. Uh-oh. All right, so here's what we're doing. We have our little template here that we're going to use to get us kicked off. The exact measurements here are a little different. So what I'm going to be doing here is just, this is the tenon basically, this part right here for my reference. And then I'm going to, because I need to part this piece off, I give myself a little extra. So that's where the section is going to come from. And then I'm going to mark the other blank. And these are the same, pretty much the same. The one on the left is just a little bit shorter by like maybe a millimeter or two. But yeah, it's negligible, we'll say. Ooh. There's the sections. That's where the sections are going to come from. Just to trust but verify, confirm that I have the material I need here. And then for the cap, I've got this here, and I go for I think 2 3/4. Yeah, 2 3/4, which is more than I will need, but it gives me some space to do some other stuff. Okay. And then obviously the barrel is going to be the other part. And this is going to be the Marauder. So we're going to write a M. And then we're going to repeat that on the other blank here. There we go. And we're going to put a G for Gangsta. Or for Guardian. Oh man. All right, so we got those measurements. I'm going to go to the bandsaw right quick and get that cut. You can do kits. Yes, it's mostly kitless is a different matter. Oh, that's all right. You'll get it. You'll get it. Cold jaws, cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad idea to have a variety of jaws. Because sometimes I will actually leave, if I made a mandrel in the 4-jaw chuck, I'll leave it there and not take it out if I plan on using it again in the near future, like in the next day or two. Otherwise, I'll just switch over and then I'll make something, I'll make another one. Because I do have cutoffs that I use. People wonder what I do with the cutoffs. I use them for, or the blanks that we don't sell. So I use those as practice. I use them for trying different ideas. I use them for mandrels. I make them on EDC beads. I put them together. There's a lot of things that you can do ultimately. But yeah, that, I guess, is a few of the things that I do. Uh-oh, buffering now and then. You were correct. Well, it could be the weather. Or the overcast. Yeah, I see that, man. It's dropping frames. That ain't cool, man. But we are hard-lined into it, so there's not a way that I can easily reset since I'm already live. So let's see what we can do right quick here. Yeah. You're right. Thank you for telling me that. That's not cool. Not ideal for viewers either. What the heck? Huh. So we got, what, 250 upload? What's the download looking like? Or, I mean, 275 download. What's the upload looking like? Huh. We're sitting at 8. I don't know why it's doing that. Weird. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. It should be good. But anyway, you know, I guess worst case that we will just have to suffer through some buffering. Let's see. Chris, hello. Well, let's see. If so many cutoffs, gonna try adding them into resin, then cut them for blanks. Cool, cool, cool. I made a pen that was kind of like that. Seemed good just now. Okay. But yeah, I can see that on my end as well. That although it's weird because I'm transmitting like 16,000, which is way higher than it actually needs to be. It only needs to be sending, I think, 6 to 10 maybe. Yeah, whatever. Hopefully it'll smooth itself out. But I'm gonna go ahead and get these blanks chopped up right quick. Whoop! These guys, get these chopped up right quick and then continue. Let's see. So we're gonna need the shop vac. Yes, there we go. Man, this blade seems to be a little sad, a little tired. Better wake up though. Got work to do. Bam, bam, bam. There we go. Oh man. Come on, stream. What are you doing? Get it together. Okay, so here are the pieces for this one here, and then the other pieces. Right, chomp. I'm going to start with the sections. So, there we go. Let's see if I'm around tonight. Pop into the package. He's going on 5 p.m. my time. Doing his first pen through your guidance. That's awesome. Making his first, is it a kit pen that you're going to be doing? And what kind of kit? Or is that a surprise? I got to tune in. Either way, man, I'll give it a shot if I remember. Well, best way to remember, I guess, is write it down, huh? So let's see. Wacky Jack 5 p.m. All right, well the time's off. I'll be like, well, Michael said it was at this time, so just kidding. Let's see. I want to put these with the other stuff. There we go, over there. I was working on some nib holders and stuff yesterday as well, so that was pretty fun. Yeah, yes. Whoa. And then, of course, I took one of the drill bits that I needed for this, for a different kind of project. Where did my 9:30 seconds go? All right. Maybe 9:30 seconds drill bit. 1764, 5/16, quarter, 7 mil. Those are not what I'm looking for. There, that's what I was looking for. Found it. Okay. All right. Looks like we got it sorted, at least for now. We'll see. Sorry about that. The yeah. It recommends 8,000 kilobits per second. And I've got it at 10, so. All right, back where we were. 9:30 seconds drill bit. And this will clear a little bit of room for the housing. Or not the housing, for the converter. But that's awesome. But I guess to be fair, I do pretty long streams generally. But you know, this is also what I do for work. So both of those things, I reckon. Okay. Man, this can prevent me from getting my head closer. Well, if you see the side of my face, sorry, it's just gonna have to be what it is. There we go. But yeah, man, I suppose I will have to go check out the whacking shack and see what that's all about. Don't mind this camera. Alright, we need to pop this out. Get our die holder. M10 by 1. Boom. We'll back this up a bit, grab a little bit of sandpaper. Let me just knock the corners off a little bit here. Make it a little smoother. Don't want to mess up your fingers or anything while you're trying to re-ink your pen or something, you know. Alright, so that one is good. Gonna repeat it on here. We shouldn't be over on this lathe too long. Basically just for the drilling portion. So it shouldn't take too long. Over here. Whoop. I don't like the way that is. That. There. That's better. What, Michael? What is this channel usually about? What does he usually do? You know, I watched some videos this morning, totally unrelated to pins, but it was about like investing and stuff, and it was about how investors pool their money and they bought a hospital. And this isn't a one-time thing. This happens. It happens, we'll say. I don't know how often it happens, but it happens. But yeah, what they do is they go to a hospital, they buy it, and then they like clear out some of the leadership and CEOs that are very high paid. Then they're like, on paper, it's like, oh man, check it out. We're looking good now. Look at how much revenue we're generating. But you're not generating more revenue. What you're doing is you just got rid of the people that were costing you more money. And then, you know, that's a totally different train of thought there, but you know, I got really annoyed about some of the things that it was talking about, and it was to the effect of not a rural hospital, but a hospital that wasn't generating, I guess, enough money, and so they had investors come in, and then they racked up bills, and then they kind of made the hospital go bankrupt, and then they get a loan, and then they give money back to the investors, and then the hospital closes down. It's like, what the heck, man? I don't know. I don't know. It's just so stinking crappy. At least I think it's crappy. But yeah, the hospital wasn't like making a great deal of money, I think, and so they decided to buy it. But like, could you imagine if you were in an emergency, you're going to go to the last known location of a hospital. If that hospital's not there, then you're like, well, what the heck do I do? You got to go find another one that's like pretty far away. And people don't usually think about hospitals or necessarily doctors' offices either until you need them, you know. And it's weird. It's weird. But I suppose the same could be said for just about anything, you know. You don't know unless you know. But yeah, anyway, that not the best way to start a morning. Not the best way to start a morning. It was on a channel called More Perfect Union, if you were interested. I've got no ties to them or anything. It's just, I watched that one. There was also a Nat Geo that I watched. It was brief, so I ended up looking further into this particular person, who is a master craftsman pen repairman. His name is Richard Binder, and he works on vintage fountain pens and then brings them back up to working condition if they've been damaged and stuff like that. But it's pretty interesting. And you know, I was thinking like that is kind of the direction that I'm really thinking about going. When you choose a path, it's like the finality of it is just can be weird, I would say. And then you know, you can still deviate too, even if that wasn't what you thought it was or whatever. But yeah, he works a lot with the nibs, so I'm trying to... I actually sent him an email today trying to get, you know, learn a little bit more about him. And then, because when I listen to him and he's talking about like how personalized and how individualized each fountain pen is, I just found that really unique. And there's so many cool things that older fountain pens used to implement, like different types of like engineering aspects that go behind them, as far as like using vacuum fillers. Like you squeeze something, it creates that vacuum, it pulls the ink up into the pen. But the way that he explained fountain pens is that it's more like a controlled leak, which, you know, thinking about it, it's like, yeah, you're right. It is a controlled leak, isn't it? And so you're just kind of limiting how much is able to move from the ink reservoir portion of the pen to the paper through all the tines and the feed and all that jazz. So I found that really interesting. I understand that it's not for everybody, and that's okay. But yes, I think that it would be really awesome. You're back. Sorry you dropped it. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I appreciate you coming back. Sorry about that. I think a little bit of the, well, it might even happen again, but the overcast man is just not wanting to work with me today. So I guess kind of a mixed thing. You get a little bit cooler weather, but You can't stream. Oh, well, dang it. So, hopefully it'll get itself back together and not mess up. But yeah, look, reached out to that person. But yeah, I like the combination or the thought of combining older types of pins, vintage types of pins, with some modern elements to it as well. So, if you were wondering, kind of the direction I've been, keeping an eye on / pursuing, that is the direction I do intend on going, because I believe that fountain pens are going to become maybe not quite as popular as watches, but I do think that they will become something that people use again more often because of the pacing of everything. It seems everything seems to happen like so fast all the time now, and when you're moving so fast like that, it's like, well, you don't really have a chance to stop and smell the roses, you know. And so that's also kind of one of the reasons why I guess I don't. I probably shouldn't say, but I don't really watch many other streams because, like, it could be challenging. It could be challenging to watch streams, I guess. In some cases, not all, but yeah. The ruler is stuck. There we go. But yeah. Come on, thing. Get it together. Okay, maybe that'll do something. Alrighty. Got a nib here that we're gonna fit in there. Alright, just just a little bit deeper with this one, I think. But yeah, man, if it just, I guess if it stays like this, I might have to just call it as far as the streaming part goes, but I'll still be working on these. It's just, it'll be so much nicer if it just got itself together and wasn't going to be this way. Come on. Does anybody know much about internet, like fiber? Because we were thinking about going fiber because of the streaming aspects of it, and you just I don't think it actually messes with the I don't think it's really affected the same as regular internet providing on the internet when it comes to providing internet. So hey, what's up, Sean? How you doing, man? I'm just talking about why this stream doesn't want to stay up as far as the buffering and the transmitting data and whatnot. But working on a couple pins for a client, a new client actually, so that's really exciting too. New to us client, we'll say. So don't want to let this person down, you know. So I'm gonna do the best we can here. Well, it's not so much the internet itself that I got a problem with. It's just the fact that some of the megabytes ain't coming my way, you know? I need more megas. Megabytes. Gigabytes, even. Send me some gigs. That'd be alright, too. But I didn't know that. I didn't know that about that person, Al Gore. I'll be honest. I didn't pay any attention to anything political in my entire military career. Actually, if you can believe that, it wasn't until I started doing some various other jobs that made it so. I wanted to pay attention a little bit more to the geo stuff, but still. No, okay. But yeah, I wouldn't consider myself a history buff by any stretch of the imagination. Okay. Now to test fit. Perfect. All right, sections are now done. We're going to finish up this barrel here. Oops. Maybe not oops. We'll see. I'm going to measure that baby out. I think we're all right, actually. Let's see. What kind of lathe is that? Looking for a benchtop lathe. Adam. So, if you were interested in getting a lathe, my friend, you would have to ask yourself which kind. Do you want a metal or wood? And then if you were just looking at benchtop, you'd be looking at probably a 1221 or in vicinity of. I think you can go all the way up to 1524 maybe. I think 1524 is like the biggest like bench top lathe that you can get. But the other ones, like some of the massive metal lathes, they do come with a bench already. Well, I guess it's called a cabinet. but a cabinet. Same with One Way. One Way has a pretty large lathe that I like the size of, but it also came with a cabinet. So if you were interested in getting a new lathe, it would depend on, I guess, a lot of things. If I were to get a new lathe, I would consider my floor space, I'd consider the brand, I'd consider the capabilities. So those are the considerations I would have, and the specs that I would be looking for in a new lathe would be variable speed, forward, reverse, and then probably 1 horsepower at least. And that would give me the ability to do pretty much everything, actually. You can make vases with that, you can make bowls with that, you can make plates, albeit not big plates. You can make anything. So this is a little machine shop metal lathe. So is this where you should begin? I don't know. Depends on you, I guess. It's a nice lathe. I got it from Little Machine Shop. It is a, what is it? It's a 7x16, which means that the clearance from the ways here, hey, thanks Adam for the sub, from the ways to the center is going to be, what's that, 3.5? Yeah, so it's about 3.5 inches from the ways right here to the center part of the jaws, but it has clearance for double that. So when you're thinking about the clearance of something, they're going to provide you with the larger number because it makes it seem bigger or better. But basically divide that number by 2, and then you'll know kind of the workspace that you'll have, which I think is good information to know as you're doing your shopping. But yeah, it's going to depend on your budget. It's going to depend on what you want to be making, what you want to do. So if you can be able to steer you a little better than what I've done so far. Ah, machinist for your day job, looking for something that you can mess around on. Right on. Well, if you wanted something that was different than the typical machine shop lathe, you know, I would steer away from a metal lathe and go to a more traditional wood lathe. A wood lathe is actually where I began, and I made pens. However, I didn't particularly find kit pen making very challenging, and so I wanted to find something that was more challenging to me, and something that also you got to think about and kind of figure stuff out as you go. And that's kind of how I stumbled upon bespoke fountain pens, because they're pretty simple, and right, you just drill some holes, you do some threads, and then it's good to go. Then you shape it down, and you sand and polish it, good to go. But you know, as a machinist, you could simplify probably anything like that, right? But when it comes to actually doing it, it's a different thing. But yeah, I'd say as far as like, you think about the budget and stuff like that, Harbor Freight actually has a new model of lathe, relatively new at this point, I guess, that is for, it's called a Bower. Now, I don't know if it's got reverse, but it is a variable speed. I'm pretty sure it also has 1 horsepower in it. So I think that'd be pretty cool. You have a huge painful, how about that? You should get that taken care of, I reckon. Name. I feel like I've seen you here before. But yeah, I mean, Adam, when I go over to the wood lathe, you'll see that there's like it's a lot of difference. That, I mean, you probably already know, but it's just way different. The tools, you're using hand tools versus the machine tools and stuff like that. So I think you can absolutely find joy in either of them. But I will say, if you were to just get a metal lathe, you're going to struggle with sanding and polishing. Also, keeping the bed ways clean and not rusted, I'd say that's also a problem that you would potentially run into as far as sanding goes. So with that, I do still think a wood lathe is a good place to start. You know, I mean, you're a machinist, so you could probably be able to do more stuff than the average Joe. But yeah, I think that you could actually buy more wood lathe for the amount of money you would spend on a metal lathe. So this particular lathe cost me, I think, $2,300. Yeah, it was about $2,300, like shipped and everything, and it's, you know, delivered to my house and stuff on a pallet. But yeah, that was the cost of this particular one. There are other ones that are going to be less expensive, so it really just depends on like what kind of tolerances you have when it comes to precision, what kind of things that you want to make. But yeah, I'd say that a wood lathe is way more versatile. And if money wasn't an object, if you want to buy once, cry once kind of thing, just go with like, if you're a hobbyist, you can get away with a jet, no problem. And I think those are about $850 right now or something like that. But yeah, it's a 1221 variable speed that I use. Bauer's got a comparable one. Central Machinery, I don't think is being carried anymore by Harbor Freight, but I'm not positive on that. Let's see. But then you got like the Rikons, you got the Powermatics, you got the Robust, the one-ways. So, I mean, you got to determine kind of a lot of things, really. What's important to you? Do you care if it's American made or Canadian made or Japanese made or Australian made? I mean, there's all kinds of places that you can get lathes from. I actually think that that's about all of them, but whoop, my bad. Put the camera log in there. Yeah. So I mean, I don't think at this point in time that you can really go wrong in certain price categories. Like, if you were in a certain price range, in vicinity of, I don't know, maybe $500 to $1,000, I think that you are going to be quite satisfied with what you can get with that amount of money. I think spending over $1,000, you're not necessarily going to get that much more value. However, if it's something that you feel strongly about, then you can absolutely go get a Robust or anything like that. Laguna's got a pretty good size lathe that I was thinking about. I think it's the 1524 maybe, but it's a pretty good size. For the benchtop lathes too, one of the things that ends up happening is that the bearings start going out. So I think that's probably the most common issue with smaller lathes, is that the bearings are you know, they're not industrial bearings really. They're meant for hobbyists. So, you know, thinking about that. But on the other hand, my jet, that actually is also a hobby lathe, technically, I guess. It's been a workhorse for the last 5 years, 5.5 years now. And I've changed the bearings a couple times. And not because they weren't still running, but because they were starting to be noisy. We don't like noisy. Well, you'll hear it, and it's still kind of noisy. But there are definitely quieter lathes. $16.5. Whoa. That's the this? The 16.5 is this on the Raycon? That's not a good size, I don't think. And I mean, I can explain why, but it's not a good one for me. But it's a good one for you, so it's a good lathe. Which kind of goes back to my other point of good is relative, isn't it? But I mean, even on some nicer lathes too, you can run into like electrical problems. I don't know, maybe a short because it wasn't soldered right or something like that. Something that just made it past that shouldn't have, but it is what it is. You can get a bed extension. I can get a bed extension. It'll make it like, I think to 52 or 40, 42. 42 or 52, one of those I think, for the jet at least. But I'm not going to do that. I don't turn things that are that long. But I would have a problem with 16. Like this lathe here is 16. And there are some things that I can't do. But most things I can, so it's not an issue at all. Probably a lot more than you wanted when you initially asked what kind of lathe you were wanting to get, but that's what I do. I over-deliver. So there's that. But then you can look at a brand like Vicmark, which is actually specifically for turning bowls and plates and stuff like that. Whereas a jet is kind of like, well, this particular jet is kind of like able to do all kinds of handles and spindle work and that kind of stuff. But I have made pretty large bowls with it before. Yeah. Well, Adam, I can go on for a long time thinking about this and then that and then this and then that and then going back and forth. But at the end of the day, you just kind of got to decide what your budget is, what the footprint is, what capabilities that you want, and kind of go from there. So space in the garage, budget, factoring in tools, of course. And yeah, but you're probably looking at a whole setup. Look, about 1,000. I could probably get my workshop started like all over again from scratch for a couple thousand, I think. Maybe a few thousand. But yeah, I would have probably done things a little differently. Wouldn't have bought necessarily the same things that I did. But you know, that just kind of comes with the territory of not knowing stuff and you know, not taking advice from people and being a stubborn person that likes to learn stuff on their own, even if it's at their detriment. But yeah, knowing what I know now, it would be a little different. But on the other hand, you know, I'm satisfied with the jet, still satisfied with the Turncrafter Commander, although it's a little sloppy, but we don't turn on it. We only sand and polish on it, and drill sometimes. Get most of the HP you can afford. Well, I mean, that's the thing too, is if I had a 3 horsepower and I'm turning pins, that's, in my opinion, that's really silly. That is like, I don't know, shotgun to kill a fly kind of thing right there. Not saying that my pins are flies, but the other thing that I had in mind when I was buying my lathe is I wanted a little bit of space to grow. So I didn't get like the 1015, although that price point was more appealing. I just, for whatever reason, I didn't want that one, and I'm glad I didn't go with it. But yeah, I mean, that's also, Sean, that's not a bad, like, suggestion. If you are into making larger things, I would say. Or if you wanted to scale up to a certain point to where you could make much larger, excuse me, much larger things. But making pins is never, I don't think I'll really get much further than making pins and then the occasional bowl or cup or platter or whatever, but I will say that I probably still will end up with a robust at some point. Probably end up with a one-way at some point. I'll probably end up those types of things. You know, because I intend on doing this for my life. So, with that being said, I just kind of, I do view them as a bit of an investment rather than a liability, because if I'm using them, they are able to generate money, and then you'll have other people that work in like banks and stuff like that, or not working in banks, but are in the financial field. They're like, no, it's not really an asset, is it? It's not making money for you by itself. And no, it's not doing that. You're right. But I am able to generate money from what I make with it. And then also turning is my therapy, so that's something to be said as well. You can buy something based on how you feel, or not necessarily the best way to go about buying something, but you know, some things you just determine that that's what's worth it to you at the time when you buy it. So but yeah, I bought this because I bought a lathe because I was only working half the year, and then I got kind of obsessed with like satisfying type of videos where it was just turning, and so Yeah, I got pretty into that. Got pretty into turning. And then I didn't want to do my other things anymore. My other job, that is. And so we turned it into a biz. Variable speed and reverse is a must for you. Is that what VSR is? Variable speed and reverse? And then, you know, I'd say the other thing too, man, like the Turncrafter Commander doesn't have a reverse, but it does have a variable speed. So, you know, having reverse is useful, especially when you're doing any sort of threading. It'll take it right back out. So, I mean, it's not necessarily a deal breaker if you already have one that's got a reverse, but just depends on what it's for. So I know it's probably a evasive type of answer, but in some ways it's like you can't really do much more than that. Because I could tell you all the best lathes on the market, but that won't necessarily mean that that's the right thing for you. I don't know why I took that out. Still needed that. Least variable speed can also turn outboard. Ah, gotcha. I don't think that you can with the... Well, I suppose that you could. No, I don't think that you can on a jet. Turn outboard, that is. Well, on this jet, the 1221. Oh, I don't need to take that out yet. But yeah. Reverse is just nice. Variable speed is pretty much a must for me. Because I go back and forth between like sanding and then polishing. And you polish at different speeds. You sand at different speeds than you polish. So having to like reconfigure the lathe by swapping the belt around is not cool, man. You don't want 3 set speeds. Although I will say it does pretty much boil down to just a few different sets of speeds anyway. Like I have some marks on my lathe where I know where it's going to be relatively if I'm going a certain or trying to go a certain speed. Okay, that is the cardigan. It's going to be loud probably for just a moment, so be ready. Vacuum happening. Oh, just kidding. All that wind up and then no delivery.
Let's remedy this situation.
Oh, also, the DC show is coming up. My gosh, we're leaving Thursday, next Thursday, not this Thursday, next Thursday, for the DC show. So that is pretty dang cool, man. It feels like not so long ago I was talking about it and seeing who was going to be able to come. I just love seeing and talking to people and stuff like that. Always a good time. I think this diameter will be good for the barrels to start off with here. You like to move the controller around? That's funny. But yeah, you know that. For Abby, the stress is like elevating as we get closer.
I mean, it does for me too, but man, for her, it's like she gets really wound up sometimes. We shall measure.
Hello, Nebo. How are you doing?
Back it up a bit.
Enough. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. That'll work. Boom. Boom. take this stuff over to the wood lathe to get it finished up. But yeah, here's the pieces so far. Whoop. I didn't write the letter on that one. That is a marauder. This is a guardian. Yes. Sweet. All right, give me a second. I am going to reconfigure this camera right here over my wood lathe. Yeah, I hope everybody's been doing good, staying safe, staying hydrated. Man, I got myself a little dehydrated the other day, and I started feeling all hot. It was weird. Definitely overheated myself. Whoops. And it was when I was cutting the grass. Whoops. Kind of silly when you think about it, but oh well. Oh well. Okay. Let me switch this cam view to here, and I shall reposition. There we go. Sweet. Maybe a little closer. There we go. Lock that in. I got some slack here. There we go. Sorry, working on a repositioning here. Okay, so we actually want it this way. Okay. Okay. No grass in Tucson? Oh my gosh. I cannot wait. I want that rock yard back. I want a rock yard back. It was pretty nice. I mean, it wasn't fun to walk on, but it was nice to have, that's for sure. There we are. What? Oh, it's upside down. That flipped upside down. That's annoying. There we go. I wonder why you look wrong. There we go. That's pretty good, right? Looking good, looking good. All right. iPad needs to come over here so I can see chat. But yes, I am very much looking forward to no grass. That will be awesome. There we go. Okay, okay. Boom, boom. What the heck? Just Bluetooth. There we go. Okay. All right, over at the wood lathe, this is a Jet 1221 variable speed, forward reverse. It's about 6 years old now. The very first day I got it, I stripped the threads trying to take the stupid faceplate off because I didn't loosen up the grub screws because I didn't know they were there. So that's kind of stupid on my part. But, you know, I guess it's just a good way to learn that lesson. As soon as you get it out of the box, just scar it up, man. Mess it up. Then you won't care as much about it. It's like getting a new pair of shoes or something like that. The more you focus on not getting them messed up or scuffed or whatever, you know, the more likely it seems, at least, that you're going to. Anybody else experience that? The more you try to avoid something, the more likely it is to happen, it seems. Okay. There. Okay. We'll put a G there, and then the other one is that. Yeah, there we go. Off. Good. Oh, man. Like a motorcycle, just got to drop it. That's right, man. It's kind of like that. Just go ahead and get it out of the way. Then you can actually be, you know, not so cautious about everything all the time. Like, I may have told you, but there was somebody that like drove off the Harley Davidson lot, and it was at an incline when the person was driving out. So he was going up and to the right, and then there was like, you know, almost like a, it was steep, man, but he dragged the foot peg while he was leaning, and then it just tipped the rest of the way over because it dragged that foot peg and then lifted the wheel off of the ground too, and whoop, just popped over to the side. Like it was a slow motion fall, so I went like, oh my gosh, is he okay? But it was more like a, dang, that sucks, dude. You just got that. Yeah. But yeah, I've got a motorcycle, and it's pretty dang fun. I'm definitely gonna have one when I come out west too. Because I mean, riding is so much fun. I just enjoy riding. It's such a nice time. It's fun. And then, like, if you were like just itching for a little bit of adrenaline, you just make sure nobody's around, everything's clear, and then you just roll on that throttle, man, and it just gets your adrenaline going. And then like you have to smile, right? It's like going onto like a trampoline or something. It's hard to jump on it and not smile. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. All right. All right, calipers, get it together. 12. I'm going to move the sand here as well. Hopefully that'll... Yeah, that's nice. Okay, this is a Marauder. I don't know if you're able to see it, but there's like yellow and then orange and black, but there's also depth here too. It's got some swirls on the inside that has some maybe some interference, or it has interference or different kind of color shift, I guess. I don't know. That's kind of how you did it too when you dropped your bike. That sucks, man. But, you know, better to get it out of the way. But yeah, I don't even blame the rider really for that, because when you practice riding and you're on a new motorcycle, you don't really think about ground clearance. That's not what's on the forefront of your mind. Like, right? That's not what I think about. Like even on my motorcycle, I've hit the peg leaning it, but there's a reason that they're springy and then they go up. So it shouldn't actually catch. But he caught like the running board plate thing. But yeah, that was actually a little bit of a pucker factor. I've also had my toes off of the pegs, and then it would, I've caught my toe before on the concrete, and it just rolled my foot off. Like, it didn't feel good by any means, but it wasn't that bad either. It just kind of knocked my foot off of the peg, and would you say that it knocked you down a peg? Oh man, I love word plays, so if that's what you like, you'll hear it often. But I grew up riding dirt bikes. I grew up doing a little bit of trail racing as well in my younger years. I didn't get into motocross. I didn't like leaving the ground that high on a motorcycle, because I had done it before. Like, there was a triple at a motocross track that I was like, all right, we're going to try it out. And I was on an XR200 motorcycle, or dirt bike. If you know much about dirt bikes, you'll know that an XR is not, or XR200 at the time was not Probably not a beefy enough bike for the weight that it had for me to try and launch off of a launch ramp and then over a triple. So what happened to me was I cased my bike on the landing ramp part. So basically the third part, or the third hill, I guess, is a way to think about it if you're not sure what I'm talking about. But yeah, on the third hill, I basically cased my motorcycle, which means that the front wheel landed on the front part of the hill and the back tire landed on the back side of it, and I just smacked. My God, it hurt. It hurt. But then I hit it, and then I bounced off of the motorcycle afterwards, and then it kept going, and I cracked my my helmet and everything. So it was pretty violent, but I got back up, no problem, and then kept riding. I think the handlebars were bent just a little bit, nothing bad. Whoops. But I mean, I guess in some ways as a kid, I was always doing questionable activities for when it came to safety. I'd hit bicycle jumps all the time. I'd set them up in my yard. You know, being able to switch gears while riding wheelies is a pretty crazy thing that, looking back on it, I don't know how I did it, but yeah, I was doing that. But yeah, I grew up on a decent amount of land. I think it was about 28 acres of land that I grew up on, and about 26 or 20, about 25 of them were wooded with a trail cut through it. So that's what I did, man. Just go. It's a blast. Loved it. And so I try to recapture that every once in a while on my motorcycle that I have for a street bike now is an on and off-road bike. But yeah, it's been pretty awesome. I was looking at a SV650 for a little bit. And then I went to the dealership looking for a bike, and then they showed me a BMW, and I was like, oh man, oh man. Yeah, I went for the Beamer. But it was a 1 year old. It was 1 year old, and it was the same price as the other motorcycle I was looking at. So I would say that some of the creature features that came along with it was super nice. Like it had a little USB that goes. It's got a USB. It has, you know, all the sensors and everything that some people really hate, but it had the sensors and stuff like that. Let's see. KLR, that's a Kawasaki, isn't it? That's a Kawasaki, isn't it? KLR 650. You know what's fun? You know, so I left for the military, and then I came back like almost a year later, and I rode a it was a KDX or It was a two-stroke. It was a Kawasaki two-stroke, and it was only at 80 cc. But every time that power band kicked in, it would pop a wheelie, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so much fun. Like, you kind of look like a clown on it, I'm not gonna lie, because that bike was pretty small, and when you hit the power band, like, you're riding and like, wee, wee. But a KLR 650, man, we could go adventure touring, couldn't we? You want to go camping? We'll go out there, go camping. Would you be able to do something like that? Go on an adventure? Because that's actually something that I really want to do at some point. Like, one of the things that my dad and I always talked about was going out to like the Baja Desert or something like that, and we would just tear out across a desert on dirt bikes with the sand paddles and the tires and stuff, and then they just chase you around with like their dune buggies, and then be able to refit, rekit, eat. You know, you just do like a couple day trip, and the dune buggies are following you, and you can just do whatever. But man, we always wanted to do that, but my dad is no longer on board with that type of thing. He's got a few more years under his belt since that time. So, and then one of the other problems that nobody ever talks about when you start working for yourself and having your own business, I mean, this is a little real tough right here. So kind of bear that in mind. Like, you find out how lonely it can be. You find out how lonely that it can be. And what I mean by that is that you're really the only one doing what it is that you're doing. Like, even if somebody else is streaming pin making, I'm the only one that's doing what I'm doing. And they're the only one that's doing what they're doing. And so it becomes like a pretty interesting thing to where you can't really relate to people in the same way. Like, I used to go to meetups where, oh shoot, I didn't measure anything. Getting ahead of myself. This is what this pin is looking like so far. Quite a bit of purple. I'm hoping some more orange will pop through. And then, let's see, this one here. Well, that's got a lot of good color variation in there, so. Anyway, back to what I was saying. It is a little strange, because when you try to hang out with friends, they're busy, right? They're working, and I mean, you're working too, but your schedule is like whatever you want it to be. Like, if you don't produce, you're not going to make anything. Or produce meaning like sourcing stuff or creating stuff. We do everything pretty much on our own, where we make everything, and then whatever we make, we share with people, and then they will end up hopefully purchasing it. But yeah, man, that was something that I didn't really think about, because I didn't really hang out with people outside of work when I was in the military, at least very much. I didn't do that very much because we were TDY. We would go on training trips all the time with each other, so like, that was us hanging out. And so when we went home, we would, just want to be with our families and stuff. But man, it's a different thing. So if you do decide that you want to be business, try to keep your friends around you, and you know, the friends that are cheering you on are the ones that you want to keep. The ones that are like, I don't think you should do that, get rid of those. You know, I've met quite a few people, you know, just streaming here, and like the amount of happiness people have for me is really quite mind-blowing. Like, people want you to succeed, and so thinking about that, like, sure, there'll be those people here and there that are like, nerd, or like this person that commented on one of my how I make a kitless fountain pen, that video. Somebody said, "Oh yeah, did you make the feed and the nib?" And I was like, "No, I didn't." But stay tuned. Later on, I will. I will get to that point. So, and I'm not doing it to like prove that person right or wrong. It is actually what I intend on doing anyways. But yeah. Just, you know, kind of interesting when you think about all the different people around you, and everybody's going to have a thought or opinion about what it is. Like, you know, if you asked me if when I was a kid, are you going to be a pen maker when you grow up? No, that sounds boring. But, you know, a lot of that stuff comes from not really knowing what you're saying no to, or not knowing what you're saying yes to, for that matter. Because some things you just have to go and try and experience. That's the only way that you will actually determine what it is, like firmly where you would be on a type of thing like this. But I love deconstructing, reconstructing fountain pens, and you know, add my own flavors to different things, and showing off Abby's blanks, and you know, lifting those up around me. That's another thing that's really cool to me. That was another message that I got that I was really, I don't know, grateful to hear. It was super nice that somebody had said something that they did. It was to the effect of, I'm not able to be there on your streams because it's the middle of the night or whatever, and I appreciate what you're doing. It's helped me a ton. And you know, thinking about that, it's like, wow. You start with the intention of things like that, right? But it's not until somebody basically confirms that that's what's happened, or that's what you've been able to do for them, that, you know, it really kind of hits home. But, you know, maybe also I was in a relaxed state of mind as well, I guess, when, you know, it was after work, and then that type of thing. So it's really nice to get that kind of feedback from people, because that's the intent. The intent's basically to get y'all able to turn pens if that's what you want to do. Like, I mean, there are obviously things that I won't necessarily share, but you know, everything that you see here of me making it, like you're watching me make it, the only thing that you're not seeing is it being cleaned, and then I mean, you see me chase the thread. You've seen everything pretty much. No means you need a K and a W. I don't know where that's going, but yeah, it's. Oh yeah. I see what you're saying now. I think. I don't know. It's just, it's interesting, and it's been fun meeting people. But, you know, I don't think that I'm a very good cheerleader when it comes to wishing people success necessarily. And that I don't mean that to sound like malicious or anything. I'm just, I'm bad at receiving gifts. I am not very good at being excited about really anything. So, some people, when they get a present of sorts, they're awkward about it. And I am one of those people. If I were to get something, I would be a little awkward. I would smile, say thank you, it means a whole lot, and all that stuff, but for whatever reason, I still feel a certain way that's, just a little different, I guess. But I guess that's kind of a different mentality too. That if somebody did something for me, I would feel compelled to do something for them as well. Like I would feel like I had to. So that's a part of why I'm not very good at receiving gifts. This one's going to end up being a Marauder here. Just getting it kind of trimmed down a little bit. Going to work on the tapering portion of the end here. We're just going to go about a third of the way or so. And then I'm going to check the diameter. Some people are givers and some people are takers, and that's just the reality of things. And I am more of a giver than a taker. At least I like to think so. But on the other hand, I think that type of thing has been affected by some people that are just always about money. People that are always about money is, I don't know. It's a weird thing. Like, sure, money's good and all that stuff, but at what point is it like, do it because you like doing it. And I like doing this, and I like educating and stuff like that. All we're going to do is I'm going to use a file, and we're just going to flatten out some of these points right here, especially in this little bit of area right here where my middle finger is. It got a little bit vibraty while I was turning right there. So that's why we're going to use a little bit of sandpaper, or a file, instead of sandpaper, because you don't have to replace the file. So that's a pretty valuable tip if you were wondering. But yeah, it's super fascinating, the fact that people that were like treating your neighbors really good and taking care of the people around you. And I'm from the South, so we were always like neighborly to everybody around us. And as you start experiencing more things in the world, we'll say, you start learning that some people aren't necessarily they're not as good as they might lead on. But yeah, that's a part of why I said that I'm not great at supporting other streamers as well and stuff like that, which is probably a detriment thing to say, but I'm happy for them. I'm glad that they're doing what they like doing. Um, but yeah, it's one of those things where I just like hanging out with the people that are interested in what it is that it's happening. But again, I need to clarify. I do wish people success. I'm just not good at necessarily showing that. So, just figured I'd go ahead and air out some of my flaws there, huh? I don't even know if it's necessarily a flaw, but it's certainly not, you know what I'm trying to say. I hope. One of your favorite tips is the file? Right on, man. Yeah. I think the other thing that I consider is that, you know, if I was to start going back and doing videos for like new turners, like what kind of lathe should you begin with, or whatever, something along those lines. It's interesting to think of how well that would go, because, you know, in my opinion, I don't really think that you can go wrong with any lathe right now, but somebody that's in the market for a new lathe, that's not a very good answer. Like, if I was in the market for a new lathe, that wouldn't be a good enough answer necessarily for me either. But the more you know, the more you start seeing that, you know, this is good for that and this is good for that. So what's the best? Well, the best is the one that you're able to get and use. So it's the best one is the one that you get and you become proficient with. So that's the best. But so often people want the best, and I mean, I want to make the best, right? I want to make the best thing, and you're always striving for the best, I suppose, but. But yeah, if I was to do a video like that, it would be more along the lines of, this is the criteria that you should be considering when you are purchasing a lathe. Because I'm not necessarily going to drive you to one lathe or another. It really depends on what it is that you want to do with it. I don't know, man. It's just, it can be tough sometimes to do that. Damn it, calipers. This is going to end up being a Guardian, so I'm just starting to round off the end here. It's still quite girthy on this end as opposed to this end. This side is about 13 and a half to 4. No, it's about 14 and 14.4 over here. So this will end up being smaller than that side. But, you know, what can you do? If you're in the market for something, you would want to start off with the most ideal, the best thing on the market that was in the price range that you were looking. So, just going to make sure that I am pretty flat here, on the end at least, or on the, I guess the front side, not the. But yeah, Sean, you still, do you go out to the desert and ride or anything like that? Or do you do off-road riding at all? Because, I mean, I'd probably get a dirt bike, too. I enjoy riding, and I think it's pretty awesome to be able to, you know, have a little bit of that freedom. To, like, kind of be a drifter. Drifter is just someone that goes from place to place. Yeah, this pen didn't reveal much more of the orange we were going for, but that is all right. So my collet chuck holds this relatively tight until I start pushing it in when I have the like a cap on it, and then it'll sometimes slip in a little bit. So something that I've done for one of my other mandrels is I put some painter's tape around it, and that helped a little bit give the back part a little bit more meat for the collet to hold on to. All right, this is going to be a Guardian here. Yes, Guardian. Bring your bike back from sweet and trade it in on a side by side or a dirt bike. That's awesome, man. That'd be fun. You look at those side by sides are so expensive. Man, they're more than a car. Some of them are, at least. Some of the Can-Ams. Some of the Can-Ams are super expensive. Let's see, we are not looking at that one, we are looking at this one. So we're there. Good. And we're going to 0 and then go out. That's good. So this is about where we want to go. A little bigger than the mandrel itself. But yeah, that sounds fun, man. Side by side would be pretty darn fun, I gotta say. Sean, I have not noticed a drastic difference between the coated ones versus the non-coated ones. But I have not been doing a very good job of keeping track how many I've made per turn with this one. So hard to determine if it was longer lasting or not. Especially if you don't track what it is that you're doing. Alrighty. I'll make this more pointy. Hello, Carl. Carl? Carl. Which one is it? And hello, how are you doing today? Then we could take the wives? Yeah, man. I used to take... So I did a lot of my training when I was in New Mexico. And there were a lot of cool places to take my Jeep. I had a 93 Jeep Wrangler that I took out there into the desert. And it was a pretty fun, it was like a cow trail. It was a trail through like cow pastures and stuff like that. And it's funny that you mentioned that because Abby was talking about how much she liked riding in the Jeep. Our Jeep's name was Daisy, and that's actually the Jeep that her and I, that's the one I took her home in after work when we were working together when we were in high school. So. The tips result in pennies in the end? What you talking about? What tips? My tips add up to hundreds. The file saved you hundreds of dollars in sandpaper just by using a file. Over your turning life, that is. Okay, that end we'll need some love with some sandpaper. Let's see how the fit is here. See if we need to adjust the cap or the barrel here. Alrighty, that looks pretty good, huh? Yeah, that looks good. I dig it. Okay, so I'm gonna do probably the same thing here. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing here. Yeah. This is a Marauder. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do. I definitely get the value out of it. Are you using the other inserts that I've shown you? Did you buy any of these babies? They're pretty convenient. Oh, my bad. First things first. We gotta get this trimmed down a little bit. Oh, Sean, did I tell you that we were entertaining the idea of, potentially opening up a brick and mortar store for like stationary fountain pens, and also having a workshop in the back. So in order to make all that stuff happen, oh man, I kind of mentioned it a little bit before, but I want to get into repairing vintage pins as well. I think that would be pretty interesting. Learning the different ways of how older pins function and work and all that, and then incorporating it into other things as well. And so I reached out to a master craftsman earlier. I'd like to be able to have them potentially as a resource to work through different problems with different pens and stuff. You having some in the mail? Right on, man. That's cool. What is my most challenging pin? Great question, Coop. My most challenging pin I ever made was Abby's birthday pin. I'll see if Abby will bring it out. But that was the most involved pin that I've made. I'll see if she'll bring it out right quick so I can show you. Yeah, then I'll give you the scoop on it, Coop. But yeah, how about you? Do you make pins or anything like that? Or do you turn or? So as far as the hardware goes, I don't really use hardware. The only pieces that I really use is a converter and a nib. So these two pieces are the pieces that I can't, that I don't make myself. These are the two pieces that I don't make myself, and it's the nib housing, the nib, the feed, and then the converter, the ink delivery system, right? So this whole pin is built around this, right here. But the most challenging one I made was definitely hers, at least so far. You know, there are some things that I've done that I found more challenging, but you know, it's just a matter of repeating the same process and then getting comfortable with it and then adding to it. And then that's, you know, kind of my trend, I guess, is what I do. So I'll work on a particular thing for a little bit, and then I'll stay on it for, you know, a good little while, working through, figuring out different components, and then determining where. Then you start working on expanding your capabilities. At least I do. At least I like to. Like I've made clips. I've made pins with clips before, but I don't like them as much. They don't look as good. So, yeah, there's that. You make pins for sure. Only made about 3 different types. Right on. It's a hobby. Well, I mean, shoot, it doesn't need to be a business. Leave it as a hobby. A lot of people, when they start turning something like this into a business, they say that they don't like it as much as when it was a hobby. So I would very much consider whether that is something that you would want or not when it came to turning it into a business. But mine started as a hobby, and then it ended up, I don't need that. And then it ended up as a, well, turning became my job. Like, all I did was basically recreate a job for myself. Well, I guess Abby did. But yeah, between the both of us, we kind of just made another job for ourselves, really. But, you know, with that comes a lot of different things, such as you're in charge of everything yourself, so that could be a little uneasy, unnerving for some people, because you don't really want to deal with like customer service. You don't want to deal with people being upset about whatever it is that they got from you, and you're like, man, this is perfect. I don't know what you don't like about it. So things like that. Some people are too proud to say that they have done something wrong as well. It's also kind of interesting. Penn State industry, yeah, I buy some of their kits. I usually keep an eye out for their sales, and then when the sales pop up, I will go ahead and grab a few sets of them. That's kind of what I did with like a few anvil sets, a few DuraClick EDC. Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of what it is that I do. I'll just buy them when they go on sale, and it makes it so I have those on hand. I don't turn kits all the time, but if I wanted to do like a gift for somebody, I'd have those on hand that I could just do that right quick. Let's see. Pin kits. You felt that over the holidays? It became less fun for sure. Yeah, man. It really is. So I think that's also a big part of how you structure your small business individually. Like, you have your own way of doing something, right? So you want to keep something, you want to, sorry, I got distracted by one of the comments. You just kind of want to keep the things that you value yours. And you also don't necessarily want to, go do everything that everybody else wants you to do. You want to do what you want to do. And so I think that that's one of the things that some people really don't want to do. They just want to do the same thing that they're always doing. And in some cases, I think that's to their detriment. But on the other hand, like somebody wanted me to make a pin with a clip, and I don't really want to put it out there that I do that, like as a standard or anything, because I don't want to do them. So you kind of think about it in different ways. It's weird though. So yeah, I can see that. You just got 8 rollerball inserts and springs, so you're getting ready to try some. That's awesome, man. Just got 8 rollerball inserts and springs. You're gonna make them kitless? That'd be cool. Turning it, yeah. Congrats on the subs. Hey man, I appreciate it. I really do. It's one of those things that kind of sneaks up on you, and then you're like, before you know it, there you are. Boom. Coop. Hey Lawrence, how you doing, man? Hope you're doing well today. Your package, sir, went out today, so I will get you that stuff, the tracking information here later today. Hey, will you bring Mom's fountain pen, birthday pin, please? Do you know what it looks like? It's the really colorful one on her desk that's got the bow tie and stuff. It's got an ink thing behind it too. Yeah, kitless? That's awesome, man. This one's made with just some ink. And, yeah. I made this pin. It was made around a Fisher Space pin. Yes. But that's cool, man. You'll have to send me some pics, Sean, once you do them. All right. So we'll do a little brief intermission. Let me turn off Morty right quick so it's a little nicer to hear. But this was the most complex pen I have made so far. And the material on the outside here is called either maritime fordite or boatite, is another word that's it's been called. It's got Juma on the ends, so it's got some Juma on the ends. You can kind of see the flash of like scales, maybe not, maybe on this side. Yeah, you can kind of see the scales there. But yeah, so I did that, and then it's ebonite sleeved. And then I wanted it to be awesome when she opened it as well. So I put an accent band of Oporex on the base of the section. And then this section is turned from a custom-made ebonite that is made by somebody on Instagram that I've seen quite a few times. His name is like Anton Wissek or something. It's Anton something, but that's where I got the this ebonite, and the other is black ebonite, and then the finial. So this is definitely the most involved pen that I've made, and I've also I also took it to get it ground from Kirk Spear, I think he is Pin Realm. Kirk Spear is a nib meister. So I took it to him at one of the Atlanta show recently, and so that's who ended up tuning that pin, and it has got a cursive smooth italic is what it's called, the type of grind that I got on it. But yeah, that is my most involved pin so far. But I do intend on leveling up every time I do something like that. The other thing about that particular pin is that it uses none of Abby's materials. And that was kind of the whole idea behind the project in the first place, is I wanted to make her a birthday present pin that was not in her own material. So, Maritime Fordite, Ebonite sleeved with Juma finials and Operex accent ring on the section. That's about it. But now that I look at it, you know, it's not that hard anymore. So it's like once you do it, you know, things become a lot less difficult. All right, so let's just finish up with these pins right here before I get too far ahead of myself. I'm going to chase these threads right quick just to make sure that they are good. Here we are. There's that, and here's this. But yeah, I could most definitely get you making pins. Yeah, I could definitely get you. Well, I mean, if you wanted to, right? You'd have to want to. But I could get you making pins with minimal costs if you already have a lathe and jaws. So, come on, baby. Let's start. So this is a die holder, and this is the M13 die that I used for these in the first place. Except this one is a little tighter, so I use it to chase the threads to clean them up and sharpen them a bit more and kind of make the cuts good. Jeez. But sometimes it doesn't. Here we go. Man, it didn't want to start, it seemed. I appreciate that, Coop. Yeah. Yeah, I could use some thumbs, man. I could use some thumbs for sure. And we have talked about some like giveaways on YouTube so far. Abby and I, that is. We've talked together a bit, trying to think of what it is that we want to offer as like giveaway stuff. And on one hand, we're like, well, we can give them a pin, but it's likely that they're already pin makers, so you wouldn't necessarily want that. And then on the other hand, we could potentially do blanks, which would also be pretty darn cool. I think that would make it, you know, basically winner's choice in some ways. So just something that we were thinking about. But I know that some people also want like tools that would find that useful, or you know, all kinds of stuff. But yeah, that's kind of what we were thinking about, at least. But yeah, it just kind of cleans up. It cleans up the threads, makes them a little sharper, but Abby hits them with a little bit of polish on the way. All right. So that's all I needed to do for these. And now these are about ready to rock and roll. Whoops. So next step for these is to go over to Abby's lathe and get sanded and polished. Although I'm kind of feeling that maybe in the near future I'll be sanding some pins here as well. So these are the ones that I just finished. They don't have names, but yeah, this is a Marauder profile with the flat ends, tapered body, or tapered cap and body, and then the Guardian model that, you know, I kind of thought of the Guardian as like, whoop. It serves a lot of different purposes when it comes to why it's named that, but yeah. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, SOOO. Heard you had a successful stream on Sunday, man. Let's see, Michael was telling me about it, so that's awesome. Congratulations on those numbers. You'll be turning your first. Sorry, I got. Your allergies are acting up, Lawrence. Sorry to hear that, man. I've been popping Zyrtec over the well, spring season, I guess, where the trees are all blooming. Blooming season. There you go. That's what we'll call it. And then what else? What else? You're turning your first set of pins live. What kind of pins are you going to be making, Coop? All right, we are switching gears. We are going to continue doing the day job stuff now. Going to the day job. So I don't know if I need to change shirt, change hat, whatever. But yeah, this is now switching it over to what we do. But yeah, I think you're going to have a good time making a pin. But I'm biased, so. Pin making for some people is just as simple as, that's a cool, pretty color. And then for other people, it's like, man, that is a rare material and super special and all that jazz. And then some people are just like, I don't use pins. So it's kind of interesting, the variety that you get. But I think in a evolving world where history does kind of like to repeat itself, I think fountain pens will continue to make its resurgence, we'll say. Or pins in general, because I think people will finally get to a point where they've been redlining the whole time, just like revved out and just moving so fast. This is a way to like slow down, take your time, and you know, being intentional about what it is that you're writing, talking about, all that stuff, not just saying stuff to say stuff. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man? But yeah. Let's see. We got a pretty good group today. A lot of people here. It's awesome. Hope everybody's having a good Tuesday. We have switched gears to diamond paint here. Phenomenal, made 1K subs. Hey, good job. That's awesome. You were talking about being a little bit out from from the 1,000, and then you came here, hung out a little bit, and then boom, a couple days later, it seems that you got the remaining that you needed. So that's exciting. You're practically a millionaire, aren't you? That's what it means. You hear it kind of takes off from here. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It might. But I couldn't tell you, man. I don't know. It's my first YouTube, and I'm doing it semi-casually to where I'm just live streaming pretty much, and then I'll put the lives up, and if you want to watch it, that's cool. I'll sometimes make videos too here and there. I've got a few more videos that I have to finish up that, yeah, it'll get finished up. Got a couple more parts to my pin making series. But why do you, what makes you think it takes off? What was it that you read or saw or heard that gives you that impression? Yeah, I wouldn't be mad if it did, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. But I like to think that I'm going to stay, you know, I like to think that I will just continue doing what I'm already doing. And if people want to ride along or be a part of that journey and watch this all unfold, then say, come on, let's do it. But if not, man, no problem. No problem. If it's not something that's for you, it's all right. That's all right. Moving forward, I hope you find what is for you. Yeah, you know, I think that you're right too about that. Yeah, I think that you were correct about that. It being a different type of analytics that are happening. It's like you've already proven yourself at some point to at least been interesting enough for that amount of people to be willing to give you the sub and like whatever it is. Yeah. From the nano level to the massive micro level. That's funny. Vinny, what's up, man? How you doing? Good to see you. Although, when I think about the monetization aspect, I have no idea how, like, do ads show up on streams on YouTube? Or is that only on Twitch? I am not sure. I'm still pretty green when it comes to this whole thing, man. So I don't know how the ad goals go. Or if they just like strategically put it in throughout your video after you're done. And then you leave it public or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what happens. It does, and I haven't done it yet. It's something I have to toggle on. It's a setting on my side, okay. Well, that's not cool, man. I don't want to do ads. Instead of doing ads, I usually have Abby come and talk for a little bit. And that's so I can just go to the bathroom or get some water or something to drink or whatever. You've seen it on streams too. Wow, that's weird. Okay. Well, I'll look into that, man. I don't think I want to do that to the streams. I don't stream necessarily to make money. It just happens to happen, I suppose, that way. I mean, it's nice that it does, but it's not the goal. My goal is to find people, like-minded people, that want to hang out and talk about turning and pins and this type of stuff, you know. But that's strange. I didn't know that YouTube also ran like, or also had the option to put ads on lives, like while they were happening. It's just a little strange to me, but oh well. It's supposed to pay per 1,000 views. Huh. All right. Interesting. Well, for what it's worth, you probably don't care, but the stuff will go into the shop, the workshop enhancements. So, like, what Ben from BW gives me a hard time on the audio. So you'll probably want to see something addressed differently with that. But yeah, you know, if I was to put money towards something, I would probably consider, one of the things at least, is a different overview camera. This one here. One that'll follow me around. At least that's what I was thinking of. Oh, anybody got experience with cameras that track you? Like do the people tracking? where it'll follow you around. Like if I was to walk out that way or something, it would just follow me. I don't know. It sounds cool. Seems like I wouldn't have to adjust this every time. Let's see. It's quick ones, you think? 5 seconds? Huh. We got a payment already from the 500. Weird. Interesting. Interesting. I have not had a good time with my GoPro. Although this camera right here, this is a Brio, and it's pretty nice, I gotta say. The other one that I'm using is a Razer like webcam. I was using my my mirrorless camera. It was a Canon M50, but I didn't realize till much later that basically the viewing from it through the software, all that jazz, it had it at 720 output resolution because I didn't pay for the like the premium subscription or whatever. And I'm not going to because that's just silly. I mean, a part of me thinks it's silly because I'm not going to use all the functions. The only function I would want is the resolution to be better. Like, that's why I said that. It might be good for somebody else, though. They're trying to get into, like, all the other things that are offered through the Canon software program. But, yeah. So that's a part of why one of the overview cams wasn't that good before. So hopefully it's at least better. That's what we're aiming for, better. Up to now it's just been your phone. That's cool. I've done the videos, recordings with my phone. It was just so much easier than setting up my big camera because for that particular thing, the camera's, you know, a little heavy and you got to worry about the battery, or you got to get a dummy battery. And I had a dummy battery for it. But it's also an extremely, well, relatively speaking, there's a lot of new cameras that have come out since that one. And it was a Canon EOS M50. And I got that years ago. At least 5. And then it took me like a month to figure out how to actually stream, setting up OBS and everything. What a pain that was. Ugh. I watched so many videos on getting that set up, and then, you know, I guess in my head it's like I just overcomplicated it in some ways. But, you know, when I'm doing something, I want to do it thoroughly, as I know at the time. But that probably seems elementary at this point for some people, you know. OBS sucked. I figured it out, so I don't hate it. I think it's pretty cool. It's convenient. But the thing about the OBS is that you can have so many different plugins and different things that you want displayed on the screen, and then you can layer them however you want. However, like Stream Elements and Streamlabs will also do the same thing. OBS, I think, Stream Elements. So OBS has a Stream Elements plugin that if you set that up, then you can use the settings from that in the OBS. So. Man, that's a bummer you had that kind of experience with OBS. After I spent a while with it, you know, things get a little less complicated, but you know what else is kind of funny? Is that, you know how everybody's like, oh, how did my phone know that I was looking at that or talking about that or thinking about that? Well, this kind of thing happened to me this morning when I was looking at, this wasn't even my feed, it was a different feed, or a YouTube channel rather, and it was celebrities that had like their 15 minutes of fame and then where they are now. Or not celebrities, but people that got their 15 minutes of fame through social media. Yeah, that. And it's like, hey, better not be hitting this to me there, algorithm. So. I don't know. I'm just happy being simple and showing things. That's what I do. Phone knows all. Yeah, you're right. It does listen to you. But it almost seemed like a warning. Like, hey, what are you doing? I mean, I'm not going to be like the Island Boys, you know. I hope not. Golly. They made a lot of bad decisions. Oh, man. You're from Paraguay. Cool. That's so cool. Well, welcome. I swear your name looks familiar. But yeah, it's good to see you. It's so stinking cool. Be mindful. I appreciate it. But I kind of think of myself as a slow burner anyways. So. A slow burner, the slow and steady. I'm not in a hurry to do much of anything, I guess. I just think that that's a recipe for outcomes that you don't really want anyway. So I take my time on stuff. Been watching you some time, good people. That is exactly what you said when you subbed. You said, you give off good energy. I'm going to subscribe to you. That was you, right? Sometimes I need a little memory jogger. But yeah, I think that was you. It said that. I appreciate that very much. Man, I've never been to Paraguay. You know, it's kind of embarrassing to admit, but I probably couldn't point it out on a map either. Unless the map was labeled. It was you! Awesome. See? Steel trap, man. I got you. Remembered. Oh, man, yeah. I love it. I love it. What time is it there? Alrighty. Here we go. Next to Brazil. Okay, alright. That's cool. There's a lot of stuff that I'd like to see in Brazil. Yeah. Are there pin shows in Brazil or in that area? I don't know if there is. There's one. Let's see. There's one in Japan. There's one in and I think is it London? It might be London. So I don't know if there's one there or not. Okay, Central Time. Whoa. Elsa, teaching me so much. Thank you. That is so cool. You know, so much so that I need to write a note right quick for myself later, for my later self. Get mat for pins. To share reach or to illustrate. Yeah, illustrate to. Sorry. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, I wanted to. Something that. Well, you may not know this about me, but my grandparents, when I was growing up, I was with my grandparents a lot. I lived right next door to them, and we lived side by side, basically, and we lived on 32 acres of land. But something that my grandparents did, well, my grandfather was in World War II, and he actually came back, and then he died at a very old age. I think it was 2015 is when he passed, so about 10 years ago now. But yeah, it's interesting because what they did is they used to volunteer at the Red Cross, and they would have pins of everywhere on the map that they had gone to, and I was like, I love that. I want to do something like that at some point. And so, you know, maybe this is that thing that I would do. So what I wrote down for myself is to maybe get a map and then have pins that mark kind of where people are from and stuff. You teach us, iron sharpens iron. Right on. Yes. Let's see, we're doing this shape here. If you do a variety of shapes of stuff and you do production type of work, I would recommend having a shape chart. So I have a shape chart. So when you see numbers on these pins, it's to tell me what shape that I'm going to be turning them into. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. You work on CNC? Right on. What type of stuff do you make on the CNC, or do you have it? Do you? Is that your day job or hobby or? because that's pretty darn cool. I went to the college that was right down the street from where I am, and they have a machine trades there. They have a CNC program that'll take you from manual machining to manual and CNC, and then full CNC. So there's like 3 different sections of it to actually finish the program. And I was thinking about doing it, but I don't know. Kind of hard. But I went and I talked to the person that was in charge of the program and everything, and had a good time. It was cool walking around and seeing those things, and I almost felt like a student touring. Well, I guess it was. I guess I was a student touring a college, but I went there on a random day, and so. You work at a company, right on. You're working on a machine like the Haas. That thing, that's a big machine, isn't it? Have you ever worked with Swiss lathes? Or screw lathes? Swiss lathes or screw lathes? Have you worked with either of those? It's easy, but also take a lot of time to learn. Yeah, I believe that. I wanted to go there and learn very specific things. I didn't want to learn all of that. Well, yeah, I wanted to learn very specific things. So I'm going to probably have to find someone like you that'll kind of teach me enough to be dangerous. Oh man, that's how I felt when I first became a paramedic. Oh my gosh, when I first became a paramedic, it was so weird that, you know, you're in an ambulance with you have a mentor and stuff for it, but it's still a little weird. You're like, you want me to treat this patient? This is a real patient, though. You want me to do that? It was fun. But the reason I even bothered saying that is because I felt like I knew just enough to be dangerous as a medic. And like, I didn't have any of the wisdom that experience gives you, and the only way to do that is you know, to practice it and get better at it. So, you know, it's kind of weird when you think about it like that. But yeah, it's like, you're really going to let me just do this? Okay, all right, let's go. Oh, and some of the places that you end up as a medic, like in an ambulance, box truck, that is, some of the places that you go are so strange. What I'm doing is interesting. How much it costs? Well, let me get back to that one. Most Paraguay people speak Spanish. Okay. Rare to speak English, but you love Americans, so you learn English. Right on. If you were to come to America, or for your dream vacation, with America being the destination, of course. So we'll just got to get that out of the way. I understand if that's not your dream destination. However, where would you want to go in the States? Do you have a preference? Or what kind of areas would you like to see? Like, do you want to see desert, mountains, lakes? Let's see. What you're doing is interesting. Thank you. I appreciate that. What I'm doing is turning a diamond painting pen with carbide tools. If I was using high-speed steel, I would be at the grinder most of the time and not turning. But yes, I find it very interesting as well. It is exactly like a tiny lathe machine. This is a 1221 variable speed. It is a jet 1221 variable speed. And I've been turning on this for almost 6 years now. But yeah, I think this one was about, right now, I think you can see it for like $950 or something like that. $850. When I got it, I think it was about $750. But yeah. How many RPMs? So I am in the ballpark of 32 to 3400 RPM. Well, I'm turning like this at least. And the material I'm working on is called Alumilite. It is a urethane resin, and Abby makes the blanks for this. Well, for what we do. Yep. But yeah, I hope those answer your questions. Any other ones? Let me know. Any other ones? That's why I'm here. Here to answer questions. If I know it. If I know it, I'll answer it. If I don't, I'll tell you I don't, and then I'll give you my thoughts on whatever it is. And it might take 2 seconds, or it might take 20 minutes. I don't know. It just depends on what it is. It is indeed a wood lathe. You have family in Tennessee? Right on. That's cool. Tennessee is pretty cool. My sister went to college at Vanderbilt. Oh, that's not where I want that to go. My sister went to college at Vanderbilt, which is in Tennessee. Let's see. Also, I should let's see. You're talking about this machine, right? This machine is a Jet 1221. Here, sure, I'll type it in there for you. It's a Jet 1221 variable speed with reverse, but you don't need to put that in the description here. 1221 variable speed. That's it. That's really it. It's just a Jet 1221 variable speed. If I look online, all right. Let's see what the Jet 1221 is costing right now, at least where I am. Let's see. It looks like $854 right now. There you go. So what I'm seeing is it's $855 where I am, at least. But yeah, it's just a wood lathe. There's a lot of different types of wood lathes that you can get. So if we rewind about an hour and a half, you'll hear my whole spiel on the lathes. Maybe not the whole thing, but a decent amount. Elsa, are you a turner? I think I asked you that already, but I don't remember the answer. Let's see. You're aiming to use this before investing in 3D machining. Right on. What type of stuff are you, like, you mean 3D printing type of stuff? Is that what you're talking about? 3D printing is pretty interesting, and I think if you were to learn some stuff about a lathe and stuff about a 3D printer, you would be able to combine those two different skill sets into unique to you things, which would be pretty cool. There's lots of stuff that hasn't even been done. But I think printers is pretty inexpensive to get a printer. I think 3D printer would be less money than a lathe.
Like one of the bamboo labs that I was looking at that had 4 different types of filaments. I think that was about 500 to 700, somewhere in that ballpark.
So, and there's really not a best place to start, I would say, either. It's wherever you're most interested in, that's where you should begin. If you start a journey like that, you'll just keep learning more and finding other things interesting, and just continue doing that over and over again, which, you know, is a part of why I like doing what I do. There's so many different things, so many different ways to do even the same thing, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. But yeah, I think it boils down to what you want to do with it. Because one of the other things that you can, well, yeah, there's a lot of things you can do, but one of the other really cool things that people do with combining printers as well as resin, they will make blanks that are casted twice. And you can have different designs in there that you put different colors into, and it gives it a very interesting look. And the possibilities of that type of thing are pretty much limitless. So whatever you can think of, if you're able to do it, then boom, there's one of those great ideas that just came out by combining different things. But yeah. Clean out Morty in just a minute. But yeah, I am turning a diamond painting pin right now, and that's what I'll be working on the rest of the day, actually. But earlier, I made a set of fountain pins for a client that wanted custom colors and custom pins made for her. So that is what I did earlier today, and then switched over to this. Why do I keep going on there? Stop it. Let's see. Megumin. Where are you from? Where are you from? If you don't mind me asking. Ramiro! How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, you Megumin? Megumin. I apologize if I am pronouncing that incorrectly. It's hard to know. Unless we're talking, you know? IRL, that is. Oh, okay, cool. Are you a falconer by chance? Are you a falconer? Or do you know people that are? I've been looking at many moons ago. I was looking at falconing, and you have to be an apprentice for 2 years. So you can learn like the different species of the birds of prey, that is. And then you still have to be able to train their natural instincts because you're not going to keep them forever. A falconer is someone who deals with birds of prey, or predator birds, raptors, like hawks and eagles and owls, and I think vultures actually fall into that too a little bit, but it's really neat, really neat. That's a pretty common thing apparently in Saudi Arabia for people to have falconer competitions where it's based on how you're raising or how you're training your bird, cultivating its existing instincts and making it so it will catch the prey as fast as possible. But yeah, some small game hunters use them. There are other people that use them for like pest control for, I want to say it was magpies. They would send out falcons to scare away the magpies and stuff like that. Because they're not nice. Magpies aren't nice birds. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. There's a lot of history behind being a falconer as well. Yeah, it is. It is. It is expensive. But it's pretty cool. I don't think it costs that much here to do. I think it's probably more like a few thousand to have some, or it's like I don't know. I don't know exactly how it's done, but I don't. It can sell for more than 100,000. That's crazy. Well, that's not why I was thinking about it, but yeah, that's crazy. I'm not surprised though. with the amount of time that goes into the birds, like that's people's entire life, you know. They just want to do those things with the birds. And but it's really cool, and it's something that would get you outside, and you know, if you like doing that type of thing. But it's not for everybody, that's for sure. It's a long time to be doing something if it's just perceived as a hobby. But I mean, I guess it's like any other. It just takes time to get good at it, and you get good enough, you know, that it can take off. Yeah, it is a pretty significant bond. Like, you're right about that. But it seems like you know what I'm talking about now, right? At least that's what it seemed like. But yeah, I use this lathe and I use a metal lathe. So I know you weren't able to see the metal lathe. It's over, actually, here we go. You can see it right here on the bottom screen. Here's the metal lathe. Like, here's the jaws of the headstock and stuff, and then the carriage right here, and then the tailstock is back here. So I've got a metal lathe as well that I use. But yeah, I use a metal lathe and a wood lathe. So I also make fountain pens. That's the other thing. Turning diamond painting pens is my full-time job. And then making fountain pens is in some ways like my side hustle, I guess. Way to think about it. And then, yeah, I just thought streaming would be pretty cool. Be able to meet a lot of different people and things like that. Culture thing. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think it is a cultural thing in like Saudi Arabia and places like that. That is correct. That is correct. This is what I do full time for work. I turn. But yeah, I suppose that right now we're in the product business of making and selling products. But I'd like to move into the education portion a bit more. So I kind of casually just share that I have a link tree in the on my channel that will take you to basically like a page to where you can request learning from me or anything that I have been able to do or have done so far. I'm glad to share that with whatevs. Yeah. I have a link tree that is basically if you're new to turning, you want to know kind of where to start or things like that. We can have like a one-on-one if you'd like, or yeah. I think it is. I think it is too. I can understand why people would find this would find it not very interesting, but I love it. And I say it's something that's kind of kept my mind busy, my hands busy, and kept me out of trouble. That's for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways. If you have too much time on your hands, I mean, nothing good's going to happen from that, really. Come on. So. I like turning. But yeah, I don't necessarily see myself making a lot of YouTube videos necessarily. I do stuff live better, I think. I prefer doing stuff live. That way you can see like the struggles of whatever, or you can see the complications that are going to happen from whatever, or things like that. I just think it's more real. I don't know. I guess I got a thing got a beef with AI, I guess, because they could have generative videos probably doing something similar to this, which would be really weird. But I appreciate it. It's good chatting with you, dude. All right, I don't want to ask that. Might sound like an idiot if I did. Let's see. What am I doing here? Okay, all right. I was going to ask you if you've been to Dubai, but I just had to make sure that I wasn't crazy thinking it was like totally wrong in geography here. Roberto, hello, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well today. It is a good day, y'all. Little warm, but that's all right. It is what it is. What can you do? Well, I know what other people think they can do. Go. But the way that these regulars are going, I'm not looking forward to the luxuries, honestly. Probably have to weave some other ones in as I go. There we go. Lawrence, are your allergies like watery eyes, or do you sneeze a lot, or what are your allergies like? My eyes get really itchy and, well, I'll sneeze a bit. But I think out west, the allergies are just different. Is we're going to basically flatten this a bit more. A little less bubbly there. Cool. Gonna do a little baseball bat handle here. Rip. Oh no! That sounds terrible! How did that happen? Dude. Have you watched the what's that show with the fungus? With Pedro Pascal? Last of Us. That's what it was. The Last of Us. That show is kind of crazy to think. But we'll take this in a completely different direction than I was doing here. But why was the mushroom at the party? Because he was a fun guy. It's alright, I'll be here all day. All day for your entertainment. Randy, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome to the workshop. You doing all right today? Ah. Wow. That's pretty darn crazy. I bet you were breathing better afterwards, though. Right? All right. All right. That's all right. We'll take it. We'll take it. You're there. Crushing it. Having a good time. Are you a Turner man? Or you want me to not talk to you? That is one of those weird things that it's like when somebody comes in, they're like, hey, and you're like, hey, you greet them. You kind of wonder sometimes if you're like, well, do they want me to talk to them? Or do they want me to do anything other than say hey or carry on as they weren't even there? What is it? And I know that it's different for each person, but it's just one of those things that, you know, I guess a person in my position that's live streaming, I wonder about that type of thing. Yeah, I believe it being let's see. Yeah, down in the south, yeah. It's humid. It's great grounds for fungus.
And let them say, yeah, I don't know. How accurate is this measurement here? Let's see how accurate that is.
1 3/4. Oh, I was this far off from my measure, so I need to come in that much. Man, we got some red oak, pine trees, elm. Huh. We'll do this one quick and then we'll switch. We'll rotate the tip here. Getting to a point where my carbide is not cutting how it's supposed to be, or how I like it to be. That could also be white, potentially, I suppose. To the red, or at least 24 to 30 inches diameter. Wow. That's pretty substantial there. That sounds like a massive tree. So sometimes when you're turning stuff that has like glitter inside of it, it likes to do different things to your tool. It's not a continuous same surface where, like, you can kind of feel when you're hitting the different glitters, and you can tell that sometimes it won't cut the same way as everything else, especially when your tool's a bit dull. But it kind of needs to go a little bit beyond that too. It's got to be sharp for some of the cutting that you do. And when you're cutting things that have, I was about to call them sparkles, but if you cut things that have glitter in them, then you'll probably run into different things where it might chip out, or it might just cause a little bit of chatter, might throw your bevel off or something like that. So when you had a nice like line that you were cutting at the time, it might throw it off, unfortunately, but that's why you just gotta go back and kind of refine it sometimes. And then sometimes you just should be using sandpaper, because sometimes with the hand tools you can end up making whatever it is worse if get that kind of determination sort of thing. It's like that might backfire. All right. Oh, shoot. Let me mark this stuff off, dude. I did it. Check. Hey. Never mind. Boom, ba-dum, bum. Sorry about that. I stepped away to grab some water right quick and left everything going. I guess that's what happens when you, oh my goodness. You get target fixated, is what I call it. You get a little target fixated, and then you go do it. You kind of just drop whatever it was you were doing, so I apologize if y'all feel abandoned. You're not abandoned. I just need to hydrate. It's toasty outside, and, well, that's where I work. Well, in the garage, I guess. We've done an alright job insulating it and stuff like that, but not perfect, that's for sure. All right, yes. Who's back? Back again. Is there anybody that would be interested in coming to an in-person turning type of thing? No people are out there. That'd be a lot of trees, yeah, a lot of pins from the 2 oak trees. Oh my goodness, you'd be in business for, well, that'd be your whole business. You'd be harvesting that one tree and then just kid after kid after kid after kid. All right, we'll use a shirt. Okay, that looks like it worked. Sorry. I wasn't trying to reveal my belly. On the whole way. Well, I mean, this is the next best thing, isn't it? Heck yeah. It's the next best thing, right, y'all? In my biased opinion, that is. But I also think that it's pretty darn cool. I don't see many people that turn stuff the way that I do, or anybody actually, for that matter, that streams. So maybe I don't know. There's some. I just don't see them very much, I guess. All right. I think I've mentioned this before. Oh, cool. You got a book? Hey, man, books. What a good ROI, man. If you take the information from, like, pretty much any book can provide value if you know how to interpret it. And I say that thinking about it from when I used to think about different leadership that I had, leadership styles when I was in the military. I think about, you know, there's stuff to be learned from both good leaders and bad leaders. So it's kind of interesting when you think about it like that, because you're either learning what you like or don't like, and then how you want people to perceive you as a leader and stuff like that. So it's very interesting. At least I think so. William, how are you doing today? Good to see you. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. I am currently turning diamond painting pins. And I turn for a living. Do you think anybody cares that I turn for a living, Lawrence? Like, do you think that that carries anything, any weight of any sort, really? I've wondered that. But then again, I'm also impressed by a lot of things. I'm pretty easily impressed. I used to not be. But I'm always interested in what other people are up to and seeing how they do different things. And one of my favorite things to see, though, is people that are like like super into what it is that they do. Like, I don't know, there's just a level of energy that they are able to give off that, and it's not like it's intense energy or anything like that. It's just a level of energy that some of these people have. And I find it so fascinating that they're as passionate about their well, what it is that they do, and I love it. You do if it helps others. This way. You found me by accident. How'd you find me in the first place? If you don't mind me asking. That's pretty interesting. So, I don't know if you're able to tell from your end, but it definitely feels a lot different since I rotated the carbide. So the cutting edge that I was using is down here now, and I rotated the carbide 180, so now I have basically a new cutting edge. And so I'll probably be able to get at least 100 more pins, if I had to guess. Probably in vicinity of 100. Takeshi! Hello, how are you doing? Ah! Takeshi, where are you from? But Lawrence, how'd you find me then? Kevin found me from the EDC bead video. When I sit with the video of like scraps, I don't think so. And it was basically just cutoffs that I used and turned them into EDC beads, and then you can throw some 550 cord on them. You get about 12 inches of 550 cord, and then you can stick a bite through the hole, and then you can turn it into like a backpack zipper type of thing. A pretty fun little back to school gift if you were into that type of thing. I've been thinking about something else in particular for a while too, is doing a set of pins for teachers as we go back, or as school is about to go back. But with the pin shows, it has definitely affected my what I call extracurricular turning. The turning that is more of a because I want to. So we were looking up how to make bespoke pins. Nice, nice. Yeah, that video actually is, well, still does really well. I made that video a long time ago. I mean, even from watching that video to what you see me doing on stream, it's a little different. And it doesn't mean that the other one doesn't work. It means that there's a lot of ways to do the same thing. And that at that point in time, that's just how I did it. But there was an iteration even before that I had a different way of doing it. So, changes over time, you know? Thought the name was cool? Heck yeah, man! It's alright. Whatever it was, I'm glad you're here. You've been a joy to have here. So I very much appreciate that, sir. What's really funny about that particular video is
you know, it's titled my process of how I make bespoke fountain pens, and it's
Some people are upset that it was no talking. Like I didn't explain anything, and it wasn't necessarily to explain everything to you. To do it, it's like showing you that these are the things that I do to make it. So basically, whatever tools that you have at your disposal are, you know, different adjustments that you'll have to make in order to actually do it. So I don't expect people to have metal lathes, and I don't expect people to have maybe even a wood lathe for that matter. But if they're interested in wood lathes, or they're interested in pin making in general, that's kind of where I am. I am very interested in pins. And this thing with pins for me goes back to when I was probably in middle school, or maybe even elementary school. I just always loved pins. I don't know what it was about them. But I was never a history buff on pins or anything like that. So if you're like, well, what was the first fountain pen ever made? I don't know. The first prevalent or most relevant company during that time. I mean, again, I probably couldn't really tell you. You can also see the surface after switching my carbide tip. The surface looks a lot different. Here is one from, they're both turned, and they're both the same blank, but you can see one ends up with a much smoother, cleaner surface. This one has, you know, it's nice shape and everything, but it's not as sharp, so you can potentially see some of the little chips from the glitter popping out. But fear not if you are a consumer of what I make, because those things get smoothed away and you will not feel it on the surface. And if you do feel it on the surface, send it back to me. We will address that, because it shouldn't have made it to you if there's anything on there. So if you find that something is not smooth, because that's one of our big things, is we take a great deal of pride in what we are sending out into the world. And so we view it just like that, to where it is a reflection of us. And I think if more people were of that type of mindset, I think that you would probably get different types of products and or handmade things. I think that you would have that. But some people, they just do it to kind of crank it out as fast as they can and be done. That's not what I'm about. Don't mean anything bad? Man, that's the weirdest way to deliver a compliment. I appreciate it, man. Nothing bad about that at all. What? Ozzy? Are you kidding me? Wayne, are you messing with me? Did Ozzy die? Oh, no, you're right. At 76. Oh my goodness, how crazy. What a legend. Hot dog. Sometimes you have a hard time reading people. That's all right, Lawrence. It's all right. I don't respond normally in all situations, that's for sure. Wayne! What a bummer. Let's see, what would we... Oh, man. Oh. Well, thanks for sharing that with me. I'm not excited about the news, however, I probably wouldn't have known it until much later. But that's a bummer. We lost a legend, a living legend. Now he's just a legend that you can only hear stories about him. Wow, that's crazy. Crazy to think about. '76 years old. I mean, in some ways, I gotta be honest. Let me be a little bit honest. It won't necessarily be a nice thing, but it's a pretty honest thing. It's kind of incredible that he made it as far as he did in life, as far as longevity-wise. Not his fame or popularity or anything like that. It's more like longevity-wise. Most rock stars, they die at a much younger age, so... Oh, man. That's still crazy, but... Wow. I just watched that documentary on Motley Crue. It was called The Dirt. And it's about Motley Crue, and they toured with Ozzy. So... It was interesting to kind of get their perspective on how Ozzy was perceived. If you ever watched that, kind of like I don't know if is it considered a documentary if people are acting out or acting the roles of people? Is that still documentary? I don't know. Or dramatization of actual events. I don't know if those are called. But he lived really hard and fast for many years. So it's kind of impressive that he made it to 76 as well. But it is bummer that he's gone. But Lawrence, man, I'm an easygoing feller. At least I try to be. I try to give the impression that I am approachable, and I'll greet you with a smile. Yeah. I appreciate you saying that. Do you think if I made a pin for Ozzy's family, would they receive it? I don't know. Probably not. But that might not stop me from trying. Alright. Alright, team. If we were going to make an Ozzy-inspired fountain pen, what are we going to have on it? And don't say antler. There's not going to be antler on it. No antler. But if we were going to make a fountain pen for that was Ozzy themed, and even try to send it to his family, what would it look like? It'd have to be metal. There'd have to be at least some metal on it, right? Because he was like, you know, the Prince of Darkness. Hard rock or metal. What would that pin look like? What material would we use for that? This tip is very sharp, so I'd like to not behave how I want it to. Blank with his picture. I appreciate the input. I don't think that'll be the... Put a pin in it. We don't do label casts. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think on that. And then probably do a little research into it. Then I could probably come up with a variety of things. Oh, that's not a bad idea. And then you could potentially put it in the shadow box with that image in the background. Yeah, that's pretty good, Vinny. That's a good one. So, do album cover. Album cover color palette. Shadow box. Only if I knew somebody that made boxes. Vinny, you're old? No. Come on. Can't be that old. Like, my dad used to listen to them all the time, and, you know, because I was with my dad, going to school, we would listen to classic rock all the time. Ooh. Blue, fade to black. Ooh, red transition. Gonna have to be a bright red, huh? Or do we want a subtle red? I guess maybe more like a subtle red. Try to do maybe like a, I don't know. But that sounds good. That sounds like a good color scheme there. You said Bark at the Moon was the album, right? I don't remember the albums. But my dad did have his record. Kind of a weird story that actually is about Ozzy. Many years ago, I think around 2015 or something like that, maybe a little later, but he came out with a book that was called Trust Me, I'm Dr. Ozzy. And I heard about that. This happened in, was it Tucson? I think it was when I was in Arizona. And he was at a book signing, and I went and got a book signed by him. Well, that book. But he didn't talk or anything. He just had his head down and he was just signing. Yeah, that's what I was saying too, man. He was living hard. So it's pretty impressive that he made it to 76 with the lifestyle that he had from the earlier years, the former years. Do a label cast blank with his picture and use his translucent red. Not a bad idea, not a bad idea. See, if that isn't your phone listening to you, I don't know what is. That's the song that just came on. Something else I was thinking about too is that I could potentially give my like if y'all are familiar with Spotify, you can actually have a jam session by sharing your link with people, and I'm pretty sure that's a way to bypass like playing music on your stream. But we could have a jam session. But you'd have to have, I think you need a Spotify premium account in order to listen to that. Hey, you want to come catch up with the chat? Ozzy died. Somebody hopped in chat and said, "Rest in peace, Ozzy," and I went over there and looked. I was like, "Oh no!" But man, we were just talking about too that he lived hard. So it's kind of impressive that he made it to 76. But seriously, a legend. Was a living legend, just like Stan Lee. He was a living legend. Dang. Nightly 357. Hello. Have I ever had the file jump back at me? No, I don't think so. But I'm only turning at about 700 RPM when I'm doing it, so I'm not turning very fast. And I'm not putting a lot of pressure, so it doesn't really have a lot of grabbing power either. So I'd play around with those two different things if that was happening to you. But have you had that happen to you? I mean, I think I've got a pretty cool blank that I can use right off the top. But I just kind of wonder what other things I would implement into it. Because this kind of has a lot of black, a little bit of red, and then it's also got some red mallee burl on it as well. But yeah. But Nightly, have you had the tool jump back at you? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why you should have your protective equipment on. You know, you gotta protect your face and your eyes and stuff. So, if it does happen to fly off or fly out of your hand, it won't be at least that bad. Maybe have to adjust your face shield. But yeah, there are some things that I would definitely wear a mask doing because of just that. I don't want it to blow up in my face like but you can see that I don't for the most part, but I do sometimes. And I suppose it is mostly wood. Here you go. But yeah, I'd say that happening is a legitimate concern. Henry, what's up? How you doing today? Brian, what's up, man? Did you hear about Ozzy? Man. Crazy, huh? It is, it is. It is quite sad. But yeah. Looking good, looking good. Brian, I was talking about making a pen for Ozzy and then trying to send it to him. Do you, or not him, but his family. Do you think his family would receive it? I think it might be how I word an email or a letter or whatever. I'm going to ponder on that today. That'll be what I think about. What's that? Hello, person. That's a funny name. That's a good name. localized.
I mean,
I don't know. This is one of those questions where I would have to go back and forth for a while before I landed on an answer. So I'd have to weigh the pros and cons and different things that I could think of before I would determine my response to that. So. But I do think that's probably a slippery slope. I guess that'll be my response for now. I think it's a slippery slope. No. Yeah. I mean, if I had to give an answer right now, I'd say no. But, you know, I think of things in like gray areas pretty often. So. I think that there are use cases for just about anything. Like a part of me was wondering if I would be able to you know, kind of have. There is a profession where they help people find hobbies, and it is used as a therapy type of outlet for people. So I was thinking about turning in that particular case. Slowing the speed down, man. Stop it. Man,
that is taking a lot longer than it should have on this one.
Wow. It's amazing you've been able to reel that back and regain the control over that. Good work. But, you know, I guess I'm of the other mindset that I don't think necessarily medications are. I'm not really a medication user in general. Because that doesn't really fix the problem. So, some things are. Holy crap. You quit cold turkey. Well, hot dog. That's crazy. Good for you. I used to use smokeless tobacco. Alright, can we smooth that out? Yes.
There. Let's see, about an hour and a half, I think, is when the other person's going to be doing it. Okay. So we are leaving next Thursday for the DC show. It's crazy. You know,
Thinking about it, is there anything that y'all would be interested in seeing at the show? Like, is there something specific that y'all would like to see? There's a lot of cool people there that are very much into vintage and new modern type style fountain pens, pencils. There's sometimes pencils there. I don't think I've shared too many pictures from the show. I think I could just do a little walkthrough or something like that. Ooh, AC blowing right on my back. That's nice. Oh, it's cold. Hmm. Okay, a little bit flatter on this side here. Boom. There it is. Abby's over there making some work. One of these days. I'll get her. I'll get her to do it. Make some blanks on stream. I think she has done it like once or twice, but not very much. Oh, yep. Let's do a little different. A little different this one. Whoops. They're still good. Yeah, I'm going to leave that there and do a little bit of this. Better now. It's better now. Here we go. Here we go. Aiden, hello, how are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. I'm working on some band painting things at the moment. Alrighty. Alright, let's see if that made a difference there. Alright, there we go.
Once Abby's done with the blanks that she's working on right now, I will switch spots with her for a moment. And she'll chat a little bit, maybe.
All right. Whew.
Sometimes, if you're cutting too much off at a time, you can stop the material from spinning. Lathe will continue, but the material will stop spinning potentially. It has to do with how tight it is. But you don't want to push it in too far, because then the bushings can potentially go in deeper than you intend them to. And then kind of makes a little imprint there. And that's not ideal.
Right. Almost perfect timing. Oh, she got her apron on too? Oh yeah. She always puts her apron on when she's making blanks. Gotta protect your clothing. Resin is not something that you want to get into your clothes.
You don't want to accidentally make my carta. Oh, man.
All right. You coming over or no? Or you want to? You'll come over? Oh, okay. Cool. Making another round of blanks. Sweet. Don't want to interfere with that. Lawrence said, hey. She said, hey, you're doing another batch of blanks, and then she'll come over. Alright, we'll see how this tool, since I dropped it and it landed right on its tip, still serves its purpose. The diamond tool, I find myself using it relatively often. Like this little guy. I use it relatively often to get into like little nooks and crannies like this. But that's about it. I haven't ever rotated these. They don't get anywhere close to the mileage that the rounds used to. What are the square ones going there? There we go. I've been live for a long time. What's up, Ben? Has it been a long time? I don't know. My workshop is my time machine. I come in here, and then I just do it. Do what I gotta do. And I also like to hang out with people like... I'm not gonna finish it just so... How long has it been? 5 hours and 15 minutes? You know, I keep thinking about a 24-hour stream. That's a lot of hours. But maybe it's the video gamer side of me that's like, yeah, let's do a 24-hour stream.
Yes, sir. I saw you started while you were at. Hey, cool. Sled. Sled thing.
What is that? What is it that you went to do? But yeah, I think I started around 10:45 maybe. I don't know. I think it was 10:45. Whoop, over here. But the pins ain't gonna make themselves, you know. That's a good thing. Because then what would I do? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, Ben, I don't think that the tip is actually like gonna last that much longer, by the way. I don't think it does. But it looks cool, so it does. It just doesn't seem to hold an edge like much better than the other one, I would say. What? That sounds fun, man. Why didn't you take me? I'm just kidding. It sounds like a good time, though. .4 kilometers of sled going down. That's crazy. That's quite the journey on a sled. Sounds really fun. It's in Germany. I need to visit Germany at some point. Oh, price was high? You mean in Germany, or like the price to do that was high? For both. Could be both, I suppose. It was €12 per trip. 18 bucks. Well, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I mean, it is pricey. I'm not gonna deny that. But it is, you know, it's kind of like going to the movie theater and getting snacks and stuff. Shoot, when I take everybody, it ends up being over $100. And we're probably going to go see the Jurassic World this weekend. So, looking forward to that. My youngest kid loves dinosaurs. She wants to be a paleontologist. But she's also 10, so that could very well change between now and when she gets to the decision point. You got both kids 5 wide. Oh my goodness. Well then, yes sir, that added up, I'm sure. But shoot,
Sounds fun.
And I'm sure they'll remember that their whole life.
Well, how old are they? If they're over 10, they'll remember it their whole life. Probably. They better. Oh man, Ben,
You a funny guy. You a funny guy. I like you. I like you.
whoa, Fuel, Rumpelstiltskin, what's up? How are you doing?
The material is called Alumilite.
And Alumilite is a resin, and then we mix it with different colors, and well, Abby mixes it with different colors and sparkles and things along those lines to give it that flair, you know. But yeah, it's called Alumilite. It's a resin.
Yeah, Rumpelstiltskin. Are you a turner? Mr. Rumple. Alumilite! Yep. It's Alumilite.
Well, I will say, Ben, I know that I've been out here for a while when my headphones say that battery 10%. It only mean one of two things. They've either been on for a long time or batteries ain't what they used to be. And it's probably a combo. So after this one probably turn off Morty.
Help out Abby. Put those blanks in the pot.
Lumilite, alright. Yep. Hey, what's up?
Huh. I wonder if I missed the other part of that. I don't know. Good work, thanks. Thank you. I don't know, if you came ribbing me, that's alright too. It's alright. My skin ain't too thin now. But how you doing? Mr. Coltron. Yeah, how you doing? I didn't catch anything else other than that, so it's weird that it popped up like that. Whoa! Ben? I thought you were tapped from the sled stuff, man. Gotta save it for the kids' experience. But thank you so much. Thank you. And see, that's why they call money currency, because there's a good chance it's gonna come back your way, you know? I appreciate you, man. All right, let me grab the lid for the pot here for Abby. Just a moment. Whoop. There we go. Okay, all right, all right. Oh, all done? Sweet. All right. Ben just dropped another dono. Do you hear me? You gonna go over there? Sorry, just a moment. Getting the pressure pot closed up and then getting it charged up. All right. Compressor's going to kick on again here as we get to pressure. Well, Ben, man, I appreciate it. You're the man. I'm pretty mediocre about checking Discord, but have you put anything else out as far as a timeline for when you wanted to do some of the other stuff? Okay. Here you go.
Hello everyone, let me take off my headphones for just a sec. Woo. There we are. You see, I'm gonna turn John's camera. Almost. There we go, that's good enough. Hey Ben, I was trying to turn the camera, but yeah. You're on vacation? Cool, where are you?
I'm fine. Germany.
Germany, cool.
Oh, he said he took kids. He said he took his kids on a sled ride down a ski slope. It's like 2.4 kilometers.
Yeah.
Could you imagine riding a sled for 2.4?
No, it's crazy. Hi, Lawrence. Hope you guys are having a good day.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I tried to turn it, but it's hard to figure out where it is from so far away. I actually just got in the workshop a little bit ago. I just poured 2 more custom blank colorways for a customer, where John turned 2 of those pins earlier. Very Halloween, the first 2 colorways. These ones are very different. They were definitely a challenge to color match some of the colors that she gave me, but I think we did it. We'll find out. Got to get a okay from her about them, but yeah, it's not as hot out here today, which is nice. But then again, I've only been out here for, I don't know, less than an hour. I got to get to sanding some fountain pens. Are you done?
No.
For today? Okay.
Not yet.
Yeah. Had a workshop update. Cool. Oh, how's the streaming going?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Or Ben?
You.
He streams as well.
Sweet.
He makes some cool stuff. Maybe we should give him a block.
A stratified. How much should we figure out if we priced it out? thousands. How many?
Well, we can make 12 pins.
12 pins times 400.
4,800.
I mean, that wouldn't be the material cost, but yeah. And no guarantee that it would turn out right.
Well, that's ridiculous.
I have, because I've been doing more fountain pen blanks, I have been working on some more stratified blocks though. So that's been slowly happening. John cut up a new one recently and turned out pretty cool. And it's funny because that one was in there for so long that I was like, I literally have no idea what's even in there. Luna says hi. You come here, Luna. Come here. Oh, he's a good girl. Oh, Luna. One of our workshop dogs who would probably hang out here, but she also doesn't like loud noises, so I don't know for how long or what machines would scare her away. But yeah, oh my gosh, I got so many fountain pens that I need to work on. John's been a turning machine, and because I do a lot of the different stuff, like sanding or finishing stuff isn't it's one of my several jobs, but I've been working on the cherry blossom pens for DC, and I have done all of the sections and all the caps. We had one cap that had to be remade, and then I have to do all the bodies still. So that's what I think I'm going to work on. And then we had some extra blanks that looks like John made. John made like a chunker pen out of one of the extra blanks of the cherry blossom. So pins on pins on pins, and then my other tray or rack. I guess it's more of a rack.
Nice rack.
I know, of ones that I'm working on. I've done some sections and then started on this pin that he made from a block the other day, which is so cool. So cool. So those aren't even all the ones that we need to get done. We're leaving next Thursday for DC.
The district.
Look, I've got dye on me.
Oh no.
Some pigment. My hands are so shiny because when I was just pulling some of the pigments out of like my drawers and stuff, I was looking for a particular color, and the one bag wasn't sealed all the way and went poof, and then like just covered me, like it got gold in between my fingers. So shiny. Good thing mica is skin safe. It's what they actually use in makeup. So in like eyeshadow and girly stuff is mica powder. So not that I'm trying to get it everywhere, but at least I know that it's just going to make me sparkly. But yeah.
I was thinking about, wow, this is tilted.
Yeah.
Weird.
It just went right there. That's great. No, it is. It's fine. You're going to move it back to you in a minute anyways. I got to get to sanding, CAing.
Yeah. All in the workshop update? All right.
Oh,
brother man, I will take a gander at that. Oh, shoot. Did we like it? You like it? Love it? Want some more of?
So cool. Yeah, John just got the super chat feature, so we appreciate you using it so we can see what it looks like.
Yeah.
On our end. It's pretty awesome for all of his hard work and very long streaming hours to be starting to pay off and all that. Yeah. I have an idea for a stream that you do.
Pen?
No.
Oh.
I'm not doing that. I have an idea for a stream though. After pin show time for sure. But maybe they can.
There's no maybe about it. If you got an idea, we're gonna do it.
Well, maybe they can hang out while you try to teach me how to make a bespoke fountain pen.
Oh my goodness, that sounds fun. Remember last time we did it? It only took us about 6 hours.
Was it really that long?
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be closer. Sound has improved a lot. Might need your help in tuning mine if I can spare a little time. He has messed with the settings quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's on him though. I don't know anything about any of that nonsense.
Just messing with the gain and then the thresholds and all that stuff.
You think it would take
It's
me
been pretty awful.
6 hours?
No, no, no.
Because I'm taking, I
If I'm
take
just
it
making-
back
If
if
I'm
it's gonna take me
just
6 hours.
having you do it,
Yes.
I will be like, do this, and then
Yes.
you'll do that. So monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah, that one.
Sure, we'll get that done in about 2 hours.
I'm not saying that I'll like remember how to do all of it, but have me make a pen.
Yeah, that'll take about 2 hours, I would say.
Okay. I think people would enjoy that because I'm sure it'll be.
Well, you're also not a turner at all.
No. When we first started, I turned like a couple kit pens. I tried a diamond painting pen like once.
You did good though.
I mean, I did okay. For whatever reason, turning and like having a tool on the material like triggers my anxiety super bad. Like I feel like it is going to fly off and kill me. And it doesn't matter that I have a full face shield on and then it's not really going to hurt me when it does like catch and chip out. But it just but I've never I think he tried to teach me to make a fountain pen, but I don't think I actually did anything. I think I just sat there and like it went in one ear and went out the other ear. So I thought that's gonna have to wait though. Gonna have to wait for after all of the pin show season. At least we don't have to look at John's face only. Hey, I pop on sometime for a little bit. Quick break. Let him go have a water break. Did you get Evie to bring out my birthday pen at some point?
Yeah. It's in the box back there, and this is that one that you made for
Ooh,
me.
it's so ugly. It's
That's
like
the one you made for me.
ew, it's like weird shape. This side's okay. This side's like bumpy.
It's not weird shape.
Yeah,
It's what you wanted it to be at the time.
Here's.
It is exactly how it's supposed to be.
I don't even know what kit this is. I don't know, a 2-piece kit that I used it's actually a really pretty blank. It's got like, it's black and like silvery gray, but it's got like a little bit of blue sparkle. And then, did I do this one too?
No, I did that one.
Oh, John did this one, slim line.
I did that one. And
Look, it's got
wasn't
a, yeah,
long
I
enough,
see.
So I had to add a little bit extra there.
It's from a square. Look how cool the,
yeah. Hindsight, I didn't actually need it.
Look how the color changed over the years. Or that's because you can see the brass under it a little bit. I do need my birthday pin back. I've been using it. You're why everyone keeps coming back. Don't tell John. You see the clip and the center band of this one? So the clip is silver and then has black. I don't know if this camera is going to want to because of the light. Oh, there we go. Sort of. So it's a silver black, and then the center band is just, I think it's the gunmetal. Yeah. It's got a nice click mechanism. And then this one's for sure just a slim line. Yeah, we didn't like paint tubes or anything. Whoa. We have a lot of random pins like that. That's from the beginning. John has a binder of some of like the first kit pins. We've got some of the first bespoke pins.
Survived.
You know, there were a lot of
not a lot of them that survived.
A lot of gifts were given.
Yeah.
She needled my hip flexor today.
Nice. Was it good?
No, I hate the needling. I went to my physical therapist, and apparently the hip flexor muscle is like this. So the amount of times that she had to stab a needle into my muscle to like get the anyways, power click kit. It might be. I could probably go back and like look at our orders from PSI because I'm. Oh, you know, those could have been ones that we picked up in person.
What?
At Woodcraft, the kits.
Oh, maybe.
Because we did that a little bit at the beginning just because you could like actually like look at it, and then we realized that was silly. And PSI has such a good deal on those like starter kits for the different like series of kits where it comes with like the bushings and look at me. Anyways, it comes with the bushings and stuff. We were talking about my birthday pin. We have to start planning for our Makers Challenge pin for Orlando, which we won the first year we went. And then last
It might be a
year,
modification of a slim line, like a slim, not a slim line, but
no,
what's it? A fun click?
No,
I think it was called a fun click or something like that.
we call it a power click. It could be power click.
There's little blue sparkles in here.
I know, I told you it's pretty. Anyways, I could probably tell you. Send me a picture. You could put it on the other. Yeah, I'll put it on the other one over there. There, that's a little bit better. Show him the clip. He said, "Show me the clip and show me the middle band." It's got a very flat clip, like with not a lot of shape to it. Yeah, so we're planning our Maker Challenge pen because, like I said, we won the first year, and then last year we raised the most money, but it was the voting was weird. The pin tube is bigger than the fun click. What?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not super savvy.
No, we don't do very many kits. We have favorites. We do the EDC with the knurling quite a bit. That's really it. We don't make a lot of kits in general. Not power click.
No.
I don't know. I could look it up, but I'd have to go really far back in my emails.
I think this is a 7mm though.
I mean, it's definitely thicker than what that one is. Or you don't have to look it up. It really doesn't matter.
Oh, it's a Parker style. Is that gel?
Could be.
Yeah, it is. It's a Parker size refill. That's a
gel pen. So it's a gel pen kit. Ooh, do you have the dark blue Juma? Or did we? I hope we didn't make something from it. I need at least one stick of the dark blue Juma. You have a stain on your butt. Thank you. So this, I'm like showing y'all, like you're on the computer screen. This right here on my birthday pin is like a aqua Juma, and then we have this blue snake Juma, which is like a super dark blue. And this is part of my plan because it's like scales, which work for both reptiles and fish or mermaids or whatever you want to say has scales. So I've got a little box of things that I think we're going to use. I think it's going to be pretty cool. For the show pin.
Maybe I will wrap it up. I was going to go watch that stream that starts in 30.
Okay. Well, why don't you go rest? You've been out here. I'm going to stand for a while. I'm going to go check dinner. We'll have dinner, and then I might come back out and... Oh,
it's reset day, dude.
I know, but I didn't
It's a bad day for that.
I didn't do any sanding.
It's all right. Sanding will be there tomorrow.
Sanding will be there every day of my life. That's the reality. Sanding will always be there.
As many days as you want it to be.
I'll have to go to my physical therapist and get her to treat my wrists.
Yeah, don't forget to brace yourself.
Well, with fountain pens, I don't have issues. It actually inhibits the motion of the fountain pens that a lot of time that I need to use. It gets in the way. But for the diamond painting pens, especially the special shapes, that's when my
Slimline Pro. I thought it was a Slimline something.
You were right.
Like not a Slimline Twist, but a Slimline.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
So it wasn't a Slimline Fun kit or Fun.
No. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate your extra hard work there.
Heck yeah,
on
man.
your vacation.
He's on vacation. Shoot. Talk about over-delivering even when he's not, in the spotlight. This is a prime example of a good person, man. Really.
Yeah.
Ben's a good dude.
I'm excited for DC next week. I am both excited and like my laundry list in my head of the things that I need to do are, ooh, that's what we'll do. Okay, I won't sand, but we're going to bring the pin case in. And
she thinks I'm scatterbrained.
I'm not. I'm all over the place. Normal slimline is 7mm tube. Is this one?
Yeah.
What's the tube? The tube on the other one's bigger for sure.
No.
No, it's the same?
Yep.
Oh, I just made it fat?
Nope. You just did it to the bushings.
I made it bumpy. It's weird.
Well, that's because, you were afraid to get too deep in some areas.
Y'all, yeah, probably. You guys will have to listen to me squeak and squeal. Don't put them away. I want one of them out. Give me back. I'm going to put it, I have a
Squeak and squeal. What are you talking about?
Turning things.
Oh,
Yelping and squealing
okay.
and yelling at John. That is what's going to happen.
Oh,
Just
man.
warning y'all. That is what happens anytime he asked me or got me to turn something. I was telling him, even with my face shield, I just feel like it's going to kill me. Like it's going to fly off. Stab me right in the heart. I don't know. I don't like it. Sanding doesn't bother me.
I've only had something fly off the lathe one time.
Yeah.
And it's because it broke.
Some lines don't have the Parker insert.
Correct. Yeah. You're right. You're right about that.
The
Slimline Pro does.
The EDC
Pinky
clicks
up stuff right
do
there.
use the Parker.
Yeah.
But they don't use the gel. We put Fisher space pin inserts in almost any of the kit pins that we use anyway, and give that option because they're so nice.
Very nice. They write so nicely.
They do.
Still got to figure out the jet.
Yeah. Which
Jet
is
stream.
honestly the pin that I use the most right now because my Hobonichi bleeds too much with my fountain pens. But the new Hobonichis for next year, for the 2026, which that sounds just wrong. We can't be almost there. But they come out next Friday. And I'm hoping that I can at least see the paper. Maybe they'll have one to test the paper. Oh, heck, I'll probably buy it anyways, even if its paper's the same. You prefer the gel? I like gel pens. You don't like gel pens, do you?
I like ballpoint.
Yeah, I like gel pens. I like the way they write too.
Depends on what I'm doing.
I like the wetter experience of gel, like opposed to the dry kind of ballpoint writing.
But I do stuff with fountain pens too. Like
most of your notes are
I
with
have
fountain
a lot
pens.
of my notes with fountain pens.
Yeah, almost all your notes. I was telling my PT about the pin show, and we were talking about how you always left. I was telling her that you don't like. You used to not write much of anything down, but you had like so many pens. This is back before we got into pen making. This is back like in the military, or even when I knew you when you were in high school. Just liked pens. He didn't even write that much. Now he writes a lot. He takes a lot of notes, like long form. He doesn't look at them very often.
No, I got notes all throughout the military.
Yeah.
But I don't look at them.
No.
I write it down so I can remember it.
Did you see that I got my glasses back? I
got
got
how about that?
my favorite.
No, I didn't know.
And the lady, even though the glasses weren't from there, she did adjust the arms on my. I did have to sign the waiver thing.
I figured. If we break it, sorry.
Yeah, she adjusted because it was like squishing my head. Now she said she couldn't do anything about how long the back part was, but anyways.
Well, we got a bandsaw right there.
No, they'll just be my backup glasses to switch out.
And then you can round them off. Perfect.
I'm not gonna sand my glasses. These are my favorite glasses, anyways.
This is a good blank for an Aussie pin, huh?
We're not doing that. That's silly.
But you don't think we could reach Ozzy Osbourne's family with a pin?
No, I don't think they would care. It would go to their PR people, and then they would literally never see it.
Well, then their PR people would have a nice new pin.
No. But I did see that pop up. We met, I'm sure John already told the story, but we did get to meet him very briefly.
Oh, yeah, I was going to look for that picture.
Do we have a picture?
I do.
I don't have the picture. That was before Evie was born. So 2000, and I wasn't pregnant.
I think it was in 15.
No, 2011, 12. It was.
No,
yes, it was.
We were in Tucson.
Yes, baby. We moved to Tucson 2010. 2010 to 2014. Stella was born 2015 when we moved to Albuquerque. So it was either 2010, 2011, because then maybe 2012. Evie was born in 13. So you were probably looking at like the wrong year.
You're looking at the wrong year.
I'm not looking at any years right now. There's a trend on TikTok right now where it was like, you've been together for how many months? And then people show how many years they've been together. It would take a long time to go through all of our pictures to find good ones. And I don't even have, the pictures that I have from back when John and I were teenagers, like when we met and stuff were on a like digital camera that you had to plug into a computer and download the pictures. And I have my old Apple, my MacBook, the big one that I had for school, and they're on there, but it no longer turns on. And I don't know, like, I don't even know what pictures are on there. You gonna go get some sleep? I hope you have a good night, Ben. Thanks for hanging out.
I met Brett Michaels. Go to the other cam.
Okay, John wants to show pictures. Picture time.
Well, just this. I met Brett Michaels.
Yeah.
We went to a shooting course.
I remember that.
He invited us to his concert in the area.
Y'all couldn't go though, right?
No.
No.
All right, babe. Well, have a good one, man. Hope you sleep good, man. I appreciate you, the dono, as well as hanging out and everything.
Wifey just found a picture from years after we started to live together.
That's cool. Is she watching the stream too?
I don't want to ask you a bunch of questions because you're trying to leave. So.
Yeah, my bad.
We'll talk. We'll talk next time. So young and thin, I know. We're such babies. We were skinny and very young. Very, very young. I've already said this, but I was 15 and John was 17 when I met him. Pre-military. See, are you still trying to find the Ozzy Osbourne?
No, you're paying attention to what you shouldn't be.
Why? I already said what I want to say. Well, I wanted to see if you found the picture. Do you mean to find it?
No, I don't want you to find it. We'll find it maybe later and then put it up later somewhere else.
Or not.
Anywho, yeah, let's go ahead and wrap this bad boy up. It's been a good one.
Sweet.
I'm still thin-ish.
Not as thin as we were. Sorry, no. No.
I had a, what, 28-inch waist?
You want me to pull up the pictures? I've got pictures on my phone.
No, I do not.
We were so cute,
We'll
though.
We'll whip it out later.
Young, free, no children in the morning.
Yeah, man. Time does a lot of things to you, doesn't it?
That's okay.
It's good fun, though.
I think it's fun. I think we're having fun, man. I don't know. Still have fun.
Woo!
Woo!
All right.
Go
Well,
have fun.
thank you all so very much. We had a good almost 6-hour stream.
Jeez.
I appreciate you all being here and hanging out. Let's see. Met a lot of new peeps that stopped by. Some
I scrolled through.
Other Elsa. Elsa was someone that was hanging out a bit. She's from
Somewhere. That was further up.
it's near Brazil. Crap, what was it?
She has family too.
Paraguay.
Oh.
That's so cool. So yeah, and now I want to get a map and put a pin on each place that
People come in and
people
say they're
come in
from.
and say where they're from.
Do you want a pen or do you want the scratch off one?
I think I want a pin so I could put a flag maybe with their name on it.
That's too
That
much.
way I'll know who it is. Okay, well, it's
We'll
not
look it
your
up.
idea. It's not yours. It's mine.
I just
so
don't think you're gonna do that. But
maybe not. That could take some time for sure.
yeah, well, if you're busy during a stream, it would be a lot easier to like. Thanks, YouTube, and we're just talking to each other now.
Have a good one. Have a good one. All right. Yeah. You all, man, y'all made my day. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all.
See you next time. Bye.